Good morning. We're gathered today to continue the City of Fitchburg 2023 Board of Review. I have in front of me our agenda for today, and I always like to start by asking Madam Clerk, has this meeting been properly noticed under Wisconsin statutes?
Thank you, Chair Coulard. It has been noticed
Thank you.
and posted on the door.
Thank you for continuing to do such a fantastic job for us. We appreciate your dedication to the city. So at this point then, I'll look at agenda item 2, which is approval of minutes of our last meeting. Hopefully everybody had a chance to review them.
Actually, can we take roll?
Oh, you like to take a roll?
Yeah.
Make sure we have a quorum? Let's take a roll call.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Coulard,
Here.
Elton Krim Jr. is absent. Sean Paff.
Present.
Carol Poole. Here. Sharif Atun is absent. Rich Tate.
Here.
Andrew Slager.
Here.
Nicole Vafardi.
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you. Minutes from our last meeting, which was June 23rd.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the minutes from the June 23rd, 2023 Board of Review.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
I have multiple seconds. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Please let the record note we've adopted the minutes of the June 23rd meeting. We're moving along swiftly this morning. Thank you for that. In case people are wondering, I'm not hiding from the TV screen this morning, but I have a procedure, medical procedure tomorrow, and so I have to be careful so that I don't have any specific or unwanted conditions that I bring with me. So that's why I'm wearing the mask today, just to make sure that I can stay safe so that my hear and deliberate and determine the following commercial objections. Objection A, Castile Affordable Housing, LP, parcel number 0709-354-0901-1. As I look at our agenda, I see that items A through H are all from the same property owner. And I guess hearing or seeing that, we'd like to have discussion as to whether or not they can be consolidated into one basic appeal, or if we have to look at each one independently. I see the property owner's representative here this morning. Okay, and I see the staff from the assessor's office. Before we get into this, I'd like to have the clerk swear you in. Testimony is given under oath. So please, Madam Clerk, if you would, offer the oath to these people.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
And can you please state your name for the record?
Chris Leeds, City Assessor.
Craig Olson, Deputy Assessor.
Michael Mick Malee, and I'm with Castile Affordable. We call it Maple Glen Apartments.
Thank you.
I've owned it for about 30 years.
Thank you.
As part of our procedures at the Board of Review, I want to read a basic information into the record, recognizing that what your responsibilities are. First of all, I'm going to ask everyone to please silence their cell phones, including me. I didn't do that yet. Okay, under Chapter 70 of Wisconsin statutes, the statutes give the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome that presumption, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor has erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. The standards are: the best evidence of value is a recent arm's length sale of the subject property. Next, sales of reasonably comparable property. And then all other approaches to value, including the income approach on income properties, the cost approach on special purpose properties and unique properties where there's not an active market. As we proceed this morning, I'm going to ask that the taxpayer's representative, in this case the owner of the property, be allowed to present his evidence uninterrupted so that he can make sure he gets everything into the record he wants. The only interruptions might be if the board has questions to make for clarification. Once you're done with that, I'm going to ask the assessor to do the same. And again, I'd ask that we'll let him do that uninterrupted. So please, if you have questions of the assessor, make notes of them so we can make sure that at the end of that testimony, we can get those questions answered. So that's the way we'll do it, so that you can get your information in, they can get theirs in, then we'll do clarification between the two of you to make sure that you have in the record what you want and any clarification of questions of information that was presented by the, in this case, the assessor or by the property owner. Okay. Again, would you please state your full name for the record so we have that on?
Mr. Chair, before we do that, just process-wise, to answer the question before we got into the description here, are we taking these all up at once or individually?
I think we're taking them all up at once. It seems to be approved.
Okay, so
Everybody was nodding their heads. We didn't get a verbal answer, but they were shaking their heads.
Yeah, can I interject here quick, just as a point of context? So what I guess have done in the past is we've got, 8 parcels here, obviously, all kind of one economic unit. We go about it, testimony remains the same for all 8 parcels, and then just specify values for each. Does that seem reasonable?
you're saying broad, Chris, talk about the project, et cetera, and then you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. As long as that's good with you guys and the objector.
Just a point of clarification, we've always run all 8 parcels as one property, and the ownership entity is Castile Affordable Housing. That used to be the old street name where the property is located, Castile Avenue. But we have been operating as Maple Glen Apartment Homes. So from our perspective, I mean, we have 130 units, and that's the way we operate the project. All of the income and the expenses, as Chris said, they're kind of blended onto one operating statement.
Okay.
So it becomes a little difficult to really parse things out.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That helps very much. Thank you. I would just mention to the property owner, you have the right to contact Dane County Tax Description Office and ask them to consolidate all of these into one parcel.
Oh, really? Okay.
We cannot do that, but you as a property owner can. So that's something in the future you may want to consider. Nothing you have to do, because it's certainly correct this way as individual parcels, but if you wanted it consolidated into one, that's certainly something you can ask the county to do. You don't have to do anything through the records of deeds, record of the Dane County Register of Deeds. The Tax Description Office can do that for you with a written request, so that you then you get one tax bill with the value and the others would say assessed with.
Thank you for that. I didn't know that.
Easy way to make sure that instead of having multiple parcels that you have to look at and try to figure out, allocate whatever, it's done as one.
That's great.
Fitchburg is a blessed community for a lot of reasons, but to have a retired tax analyst from the Department of Revenue being the chair of the Board of Review is an absolute institution, so we're lucky that
I
we
could
have-
tell something was going on here beneath the surface.
We are a blessed community for a lot of reasons, but it makes it even greater, so.
Good. Thank you again.
Okay, so is everybody clear on the procedure? Yes, sir. At this point then, let's begin the presentation of evidence. And we would ask you, again, please state your full name for the record so that we can have that again.
It's Michael Mick Malee, M-U, 2 L's and 2 E's at the end.
Excellent, thank you.
You're welcome.
Please begin.
I just wanted to make sure, I talked to Tracy before the meeting. I had submitted with the objection form a kind of a summary of, it was like about a 2-page memo here, look kind of like this on Maple Glen letterhead, and it's kind of the basis upon which we are making this complaint, and it has all of the various 8 parcels broken out, and what we think the value of the 8 parcels are. And then it also has what what I called Exhibit 1, 2, and I believe 3, 4, and 5. So we had 5 exhibits, and it's all attached in this booklet, or this package. And I would request that this be submitted on the record today.
We have that in front of us. Please remember, this is sworn oral testimony. So if you want this as a document of record, read it into the record for us, please. Just having it in front of us does not make it an official board review document, because we're basing our estimate, our consideration on sworn oral testimony.
Correct.
So read this into the record if this is what you want us to consider. The other documents that you provided, we can consider as exhibits. But I think this is the basis of your argument. For us to consider this, please read it into the record for us.
Just so I'm clear. So we're okay with the exhibits here. I don't have to read every single exhibit
Correct.
into the record. Okay.
I will mark them as exhibits in support of this document, but for us to consider this document in its way it's presented,
Correct. Okay.
it must be read into the record.
Okay, I would like to also hand out, well, maybe I won't, because you're saying whatever I put in has to be read anyway.
Correct.
And what I did is, last night I spent, or yesterday actually, I spent some time really reflecting on what I wanted to say to you folks today, and I put together this one-page little sheet. I gave a copy to Chris, and I don't know if Craig's got one, but that's what I've got. And I'll walk you through this. I was going to give you this. Would it be helpful to have an outline or not of what I'm going to speak today? Because that'll be my oral testimony. If it will be helpful, you're more than welcome. I have a couple of extra copies. I realize that they won't be in the record, and my words will be in the record, but if it's helpful, it's here.
Very good.
Please let me know.
I'd be fine with that. That's up to the chair.
You would be okay?
Why don't you give one copy to the clerk, and she can mark it as an exhibit,
Okay.
and then she can hand that to me, and I can share it with the other members of the board so they can see basically what your outline is.
Okay. That's a bunch of copies. Okay.
There's a whole bunch of them here. Please mark this as Taxpayers Exhibit 1. So members of the
Do you mind if or should I begin my presentation?
As the members of the board are looking at this, I just have a question. Is this property subject to any federal guidelines or programs?
No.
Okay.
It used to be, just as point of clarification, when we got involved in this property about 30 years ago, it had Section 8 residents there. There were 54 out of the 130 Section 8 residents. And also federal income tax credits, Section 42 credits were obtained to put the financing package together. But the 15 years has expired, no longer deed restricted, so it is a market rate project, and there are no more Section 8 families in. We do take rental vouchers from Dane County. We've got about 8 or 10 folks down there that have vouchers, so that would summarize what we're dealing with today.
Okay. I ask that because Wisconsin courts have determined a different approach
Right,
if there's
correct.
federal programs involved. So thank you for that clarification.
You bet.
Please begin.
Please begin? Okay. We were, I think, this is to give you an overview, I guess, of the points here. One is just some general reactions of Southdale property landlords. And since this was our first experience dealing with Fitchburg assessment, and after, having spent 40 years of my career dealing with the town of Madison, I was really surprised by, I'm going to say, an aggressive approach in my mind to coming up with the taxes. I think I'm not alone in that. We've talked, I've known a lot of these owners for many years, and I think a lot of them feel that way too, that it's too much too fast. It's the best way I can say it, too much too fast. And especially in the fact that it's a non-revaluation year. It would be one thing, I think, if you were going through a full, citywide reval to come in and really, really do a number on this, but that's not the case this year. And I think it was a fairly heavy-handed approach, given the fact that it wasn't a revaluation year. Before I get too far into this, I want to really take 1 second, too, because that was a bit negative on my part, but I want to tell you all that my dealings with the assessor's office have been great. I really want to say that. I have been treated with the utmost of respect. I have been listened to, and I don't agree with things, but we're disagreeing nicely, and I appreciate that as a taxpayer. So that being said, that's the good news today, and the bad news is, again, I disagree with some of the positions that he's taken. And I want to try to explain to you why I disagree and why I think the arguments that I'm making today should hold water in front of this board, and that they're serious enough. They're not just specious arguments that are thrown up on the wall hoping something will stick. I think they're arguments that have got some substance, and we back them up through exhibits. So the two points that I take issue with the assessor's office are, the two big ones are that the assessment didn't properly account for the real estate operating expenses that I actually have on that property. There was an arbitrary cap of 30% placed on my operating expenses, when in fact my operating expenses actually are higher than that, closer to 33%. I've shared my income and expense, actual income and expense information with the assessor's office in hopes that we would be able to look at that when we did our income approach and to take that into consideration when coming up with a value. And it really didn't help that much. And we were arbitrarily capped at 30%, even though the property that you're dealing with here is 40-year-old asset. It's not a new property. It's, the roofs are older, the parking lots are older. It's a family property. I have a lot of kids. Drive through the parking lot. You're going to see what type of tenancy that we have. It's not an epic situation where they're gone Monday through Friday and there's no wear and tear on the units. I have a lot of wear and tear, and I want to keep property in good shape, and it costs money to do that. And I spend the money to do that. I have the ability to do that, and that's the way I want to have the property look. That's the way I run the property. So that's the first point, and by not using my actual expenses, and we don't take issue, I think we can both submit to that. There's not an argument there. It's just a matter of whether you take them or not to do your appraisal approach. And they have chosen to say, nope, everyone in the whole area is going to have 30%, period, end of story. Let's not really talk about this. We're going to level things out. And I don't think that's really proper approach to assessing a property. I think every property is very unique. Second thing is, I think the cap rate that was used of 5.5% is too low. And I believe that cap rate is not supported by any comparables. I just don't see that cap rate in January of 2023. I don't see that in the marketplace. I think in 2021 and 22, I would be sitting here if it were January and my property was being assessed. I would have a tough time arguing that maybe 5.5 wasn't a good rate, because I think back then it was a pretty good rate for Madison and the Midwest, but it's not now. And the property here has been assessed in January of 2023, and the world has changed greatly with respect to interest rates, bank difficulties, lenders not being as generous with their lending terms, et cetera. So I disagree with the cap rate. And I think I presented information in here that supports my position.
Okay, again, if you're going to, these are good arguments, but if you're going to talk about something that you have that supports the cap rate, you need to read that into the record, just so we're clear.
Thank you.
Okay? I don't want you to miss key points in your arguments.
I appreciate your guidance. Thank you so much. So let's, I'll do that in 1 second. I do want to mention that I had a discussion with the assessor's office about the type of property that Southdale is. And generally in the investment market for larger properties, they tier out cap rates. They commonly refer to them as tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 types of properties. A tier 1 property is brand new. It's in a great location, downtown Madison, wherever. Think of a great location, think of a new property. That's tier 1 property. The marketplace really, that's a desirous property to have. Their expenses are low, and they're looking at more of a, in my opinion, right now, maybe a 5.5 cap rate. It could be. They could still do that. Tier 2 are properties maybe 10, 12, 15 years old that are reasonably good shape, et cetera, reasonably good locations. Those cap rates are higher, and Southdale is tier 3, 40-year-old stuff. And I'll show you how I came to that conclusion. Yes?
Could you just explain the campus, just size, geographic location for the board and for the public, where you are and the size and location of, just generally?
Like Southdale?
Yeah, just tell us where you're at in the city, just so the public knows.
Oh, perfect, thank you, yes.
Just the size of the unit, just broad picture.
Yeah, basically, when we refer to Southdale, it's to the north side is the Beltline. And you know where there's many warehouses in Oregon Expressway?
Correct.
Running down here? Okay, that would be the west side, or Beltline west side. Go over here to Rimrock Road, boom, by all the car dealers. Go straight south. It's kind of a big pie shape. And it includes some of Randy Alexander's new properties. That's Southdale. The name of the park that I think you all own now, if you took their parks over, it would be Southdale Park. It used to be a town of Madison, Southdale Park. So that's what we refer to as that neighborhood. Generally speaking, if you drive down there and you look at the cars in the parking lot, and you look at the age of the buildings, they're going to be like mine. They're going to be 30, 40 years old. You're going to have cars that are 10, 15 years old. You're going to have families that don't have cars. That's the nature of it. And then you've got smattered within that, like Randy Alexander put a new Section 42 place up. It's newer, but it's still income controlled. And then he did some properties to the south, which are much higher end. So the neighborhood's kind of coming up from what it was when we got involved in it. It was really old, and now there's some life being, going back into the neighborhood. So that's it.
Thank you for that description, and that Town of Madison annexation, city is something we haven't dealt with before, and so making sure that everybody's clear as to where we're looking at is a key element. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. And I think part of the challenge here is that this is new for you too. This is the first time that Town of Madison Properties has to be put on the Fitchburg tax rolls and assessed. And that's what's creating the angst. It's that maiden voyage, that jump over, we feel has been way too fast and way too far. And an example from my perspective, like Southdale owner reactions, we all felt too fast, too much, but Maple Glen taxes, our taxes, are going to go from $88,000 a year to $260,000 a year if we use the same levy. It's a $172,000 increase. That's like having your $300,000 house in the town of Madison one year at $300,000, and the next year at Fitchburg it's $900,000. That's a big jump. It's a big jump for 1 year, and it's a big jump in a non-reval year.
Again, I understand your concern on your tax increase, but that is not something the board can address, and that doesn't really give you indication, or us indication, as to the true market value. So I see where you're coming from. I understand it's going to be a difference for you, a significant difference, but we need to focus on the valuation of your property and why the assessor has erred, just as you started with the cap rate and your other point on the age of the property. Those are things that make a difference for us.
Right.
Taxes itself are out of our control. We need to make sure the value is correct, and then the taxes will be correct.
Okay.
Not that we don't sympathize with you, but I'm just telling you that's not something that's going to direct the board in the direction you're hoping that we can go.
I appreciate that. That's very concise, and it's very clear to me. Let's jump down 2 last points. One is the operating expenses I mentioned about in my opinion, an arbitrary cap. Despite the fact that we shared actual operating expenses, the assessment methodology places an arbitrary cap of 30%, and by doing that, it inflated the assessed value on our property by throwing that cap on about $850,000. Had they used the real expenses from our property as operating expenses, it would be $850,000 less. That's all the 8 parcels, so right around $100,000 a parcel. And we object to that. We think our expenses are higher. They are higher, and we believe that they should be properly recognized when it comes to when it comes to assessing the properties. And I think it's almost as if I'm feeling almost as if my 33% is too high, and it's an artificial barrier. I've got to go back and try to cut taxes now down to 30% to come up in line with the value here, and that doesn't seem to be appropriate. I would like to, just as a point of clarification, I want to submit. I think it'll be helpful, and this could be Exhibit 2, I guess. It's just one of the buildings, but it shows how that 30% gets kicked in. Actually, this is the precise methodology that the assessor's office is using, and I think it's important because that's one of my arguments, that number is an incorrect number. So I'd like to offer this, realizing it's only one building, but the same thing was done to every building. Okay, I'm going to circle it to the actual 30% number that I'm taking issue with. What? Those are my scribbles, because I'm so cheap,
That's fine.
we won't go there.
And I do believe you all have these in your
Yes.
packet.
Okay.
as Exhibit
Is
5.
that what we have as Exhibit 5?
Yes,
Yes,
Yes.
yeah, I didn't know that that was in the record.
you've got that, and I'll mark my copy as Exhibit 2 then. Thank you, sir.
Oh, okay,
May I ask a quick question?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You've mentioned a couple times that other property owners were kind of feeling the same way that you do. I don't know if you happen to know this, and please feel free to tell me if I'm asking a question kind of out of turn. But do you know, are other property owners that have property similar to you also experiencing above a 30% operating expense? Like, is this is truly unique to your property that it's above? I've never run an apartment building complex, so I have no idea. Is that something that others who have kind of the same client base that you do, the same age of property that you do, are they also experiencing an above 30% operating expense?
I have to honestly say to you, I'm not sure. We haven't shared in that detail, and sometimes landlords don't share everything since we compete. But for the most part, what we've found, and I've been in this business for 40 years, some of my partners have been U.S. Bank, WP&L. We've done a lot of affordable housing in the last 40 years in Madison. Urban League's been a partner of mine. I'm a certified general appraiser, so I mean, I kind of live and breathe this appraisal stuff. It's just who I am. But we find that newer properties, you can have a brand-new property, and your operating expenses can be 25%.
Yeah, hopefully.
They're just, hopefully, yeah, because there's not much there. You got construction warranties, call back to subcontractors. You shouldn't have any maintenance expenses to speak of. But when you start getting to something that's 20, 30, 40 years old, it's amazing how quickly things just kind of turn around. I've had to put new parking lots in. I've had to put all new
It's okay,
roofs
I talk
on.
with my hands too. Don't worry about it.
New roofs on not only new roofs once, but I'm working on the second new roof.
Gotcha.
How bad's that?
So maybe this is, it sounds like might be a question that I might have for the city assessors, just to get an idea. When it's their turn, I don't want to stop you in yours, but I'll just save that for that turn.
Oh,
Thank you.
so much for okay, so that's it. You've seen that, and the 30% on that page, it's called actual operating expenses. We've used 5% management, 3% reserves, and 30%. And my number is more like 33% actual. If you use 33% actual and a 5.5% cap rate, it's overvalued by $850,000 as a group. So that's one complaint I have, very specific. And the second is I don't think there's support out there in January of 2023 to support a 5.5% cap rate, particularly on a Tier 3 property in Southdale neighborhood.
So go back to your example of Tier 1, downtown Madison, whatever fancy one's going in down there. What are they per square footage, you think, cost? Do you have some research on that at all for a one-bedroom or a two-bedroom?
They're really expensive. I would hesitate to give you a number because it's probably going to be lower. You know, it's going up all the time, but they're very expensive. Yes, they're very expensive.
And apples to oranges, I hear, but two-bedroom, your Tier 3 property, what is the going rate for rent on that if I were to sign up for?
Well, it was before this. It will change, but it was around, for a two-bedroom, around $975, I think, or right in that neighborhood. And we just recently, for a two-bedroom, just got over $1,000. I think new families coming in, I think we've been charging $1,025, I believe. I don't run it day-to-day. I've got a manager, but I think that's right.
See, next question.
Yes, sir.
Your property's 44 years old, so mid-70s.
Yes, sir.
So my friend Nicole, look, it's even a little older than my friend Nicole here. Anyway, I'm teasing.
I'm sure it is.
Yes. So here's my question. My question is, you have a mix of buildings. You had related earlier the epic Monday through Friday travel apartments.
Correct.
Whatever. That's an anecdotal, but we get it in this market. Trust me, as a
Yeah.
former mayor of the city, I understand it. Yours is more of a community that works and there every day. Okay, question I have for you. In your apartment mix, do you have 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedrooms?
Yes, we do. We have 36 one-bedrooms and 82 twos and, 16 threes, maybe 8 times.
Are a lot of 3 bedrooms being built in these newer apartments?
Not to my knowledge. They're mostly ones and twos. And studios, a lot of studios these days. People are going alone, but very few 3 bedrooms. And
Thank you.
we're one of the last
Thank you.
that still have them. No, if you look at the mix that we have, it's so different than the epic mix that you might find any place down, running down around here. It's just, there are families, there are kids, and there are more kids. I have a very large Latino population. I just do. I have bilingual manager, I have bilingual maintenance people, three people are 4 people in the property are bilingual, and I need that. I would say probably 30-40% at least. And
Washer and dryers in the unit?
no, these are bare bones. When they built these 40 years ago, washer and dryers are in the basement.
Yep.
You have no dishwasher.
Coin operated?
Coin operated in the basement. They pay for that. No dishwasher. What else do people expect now? No microwaves. I mean, it's bare bone. It's something you'd send your kid to college to say, this is good enough. You've got a refrigerator, you've got a sink, it's good enough.
Private playground equipment on the facility?
No, we used to, but now it's Southdale Park. We're right next to the park. So we don't have any amenities there. We don't have any covered parking.
Hallway entry or single door outside?
You go in the hallway.
So vestibule area to get your mail and all that kind of stuff?
Yes, sir. That's correct. So it's very simple, but it's nice. I mean, I like it. I mean, I've been on this, I've been associated with this for 30 years. It's part of my blood. It runs in my blood. We went through horrible times down in that neighborhood, and some of you probably are even too young to remember it, but you remember Broadway Simpson many, many years ago. You remember Park Street many, many years ago. Guess what? Maple Glen wasn't far away. Southdale was not far away from those neighborhoods.
Fish Hatchery Road 15 years ago.
Oh, it was dreadful. I went through it. At those days, I was a lot younger, and I actually was on the property every single day talking to people about behavior issues, just to make sure that the families felt comfortable there. So, I mean, we've been through it there. I'm happy to say that Fitchburg, in my opinion, got a nice little area in Southdale, because it is way different than it was 15, 20 years ago.
Okay. The board's questions have got you a little bit off track, so.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be.
Cut me off earlier.
It's the
I'm
board's
sorry.
questions, not yours.
I'm too
So
old.
please, if we could get back on the issues that you're looking at, specifically addressing the valuation of the property, which you clearly stated so far.
Okay, thank you. I'll make the rest quick because I'm sure I've run over. We take argument with the cap rate. We don't believe a 5.5 cap rate exists in Madison really in January 2023. We'll submit that it may have in 2021 and 22, but the market has changed dramatically. Interest rates are way up. Interest rates used to be in the area of 3.5%, 4%. They're up to 7%. The market has changed and cap rates have gone up. I want to submit another exhibit, and it's in your package, so I'm not sure how you want it. It's Exhibit 2. If you would please refer to that in your package. And it's called Real Estate Report, Regional Investment Criteria, First Tier 1 Properties. And it looks like this. Everyone there? All right. This I think is telling because this talks about tiers of property and how investors behave. This is from the Citus AMC Holdings data, and this is first quarter of 2023. So this is as current data as we can possibly get. And they break down institutional investors, how they're investing in various different properties, but I've circled the apartments. And there are 3 pages. The first page is the Midwest. So go to that page, Midwest apartments in the first quarter, Tier 1, nice properties, new, nice. Cap rates, average 5.9%. You see that? It's about midway down the page. Okay. That's Tier 1, first quarter. It's not 5.5. Second, next page is a summary of your Tier 2 property. Again, Midwest. Range 5.5 to 8.5. And the average being around 7% as a cap rate. Again, this is the first quarter of 2023. Next page is Tier 3, which I believe Maple Glen falls into, and most of Southdale. And the cap rates there are 6 to 9.7. And average first quarter would be 8.1. I have asked and submitted, I guess, that I think a 6.5 cap rate is more than reasonable for this, given this information, just on its own. 6.5 is a low cap rate. It allows, it pushes the value up, and it's way on the lower end of what cap rates are on this exhibit. Any questions on this?
I have a question.
Do you have any sales
No.
of recent properties that exhibit a rate that falls within this range?
1. No, what, the 5.5 range?
No, the range you're asking for.
Yes. Yes. Yes, yes. Let me find it.
Is it Exhibit 3 in our packet here?
4. Is it 4?
Chair, I have a question. I'm not familiar with Citus AMC. What's their role? What's their line? Why are, I mean?
It's, what it is a lot of, this is the bigger institutional investors. These would be like your insurance companies, your large syndicators, which I used to work for at one point in time. They buy a lot of properties all over the country. And they report like their sales to like a clearing house, and these sales are derived from properties that they have reported. So it's sort of like Dun and Bradstreet. It's sort of like just an amalgamation. Someone who says, you know, what did you get yours? What did you get? Report it all, and we'll share back the information. So you now have trends in the marketplace.
Thanks.
Yeah, you bet. And it's nationwide in scope, and you can see there's a whole lot of difference between Midwest and West Coast. So, getting back to this, Exhibit 4, this property, in my opinion, is probably the best comp, and I think we all agree to that, because it's sold right across the street. I can look at it out my window. Okay, it's good comp. It's solid. And it's a 16 unit, all 2 bedrooms, and this sold about, again, here's the difference, and I really, really, really want to point this out. This sold in December 2021, at the height of the market, the lowest the interest rates were, and the height of what I call the feeding frenzy, where everybody wanted to get into real estate, okay? That's when this was sold. And the buyer, who I've spoken to, nice young man, when he bought it, look at that circled number. He was buying a 6.56 cap rate. That's what he bargained for. Here, he paid that price. That price was, go to the next page, $1,395,000. Paid that price for it. Okay? And when he bargained, when he went in for a 6.5 cap rate, and that's based upon, on the top here, a 3.5% interest rate. So in order to get that cap rate that low, he had to have a 3.5% 30-year interest rate. In January of this year, when this is being appraised, that 3.5% is 7. What does that do to the value? It just knocks the value all to pieces. That 3.9 million value, that works at 3.5. Doesn't work at 7, because if you pay 7%, you're not going to get any cash flow. You'll get nothing. You might have to feed the mortgage. So I'm submitting to you, he bought this, again, during that hot period at 6.5. He probably thought it was a great deal. Probably was. But things have changed that much. And that's why I don't believe that we should be using a 5.5% on Southdale properties, including mine. So I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I appreciate I really appreciate the time that you've spent with me today, and I don't think I need to read anything more into the record.
Sir, just a quick question.
Yes.
This memo from, you don't want to read this into the record?
Nah, I think I pretty much.
Okay. I have a couple last questions, Mr. Chair, if
Yes.
that's okay, before the assessor speaks. When was the last time the town of Madison went through and assessed this property? Do you remember?
I want to say they did it around 4 to 5 years ago. They were on a 4 to 5 year cycle.
Pre-pandemic, if you would.
Yes,
Okay. 2, was it a private assessor? Did this township use a private assessor, right? Didn't
Yes,
they
sir.
contract it out?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And they made, in fact, I think the last time they did it actually was their, quote, reevaluation year, because what they do is they wait about every 3 to 5 years. They don't really increase the assessment during that window. It might be almost nothing. I mean, basically, they keep it flat, and then they jump it up maybe 10, 15%. So boom, boom, it's like a step ladder.
So let's say they went through their 17, 18, or 19, whatever it was.
Yes,
You had said at the beginning, and you tried it a little bit here, and maybe I wasn't paying attention, so I want you to walk me through it again. You said 6, you could see a lower cap rate in 20 or 21.
correct.
Why?
It's 21 and 22 even. It went in.
Why is that?
Okay, the reason being, cap rates really are a huge function of your interest rates. When interest rates go up, cap rates tend to go up. It's just the nature of it, because they have to go up in order for, the cap rate has to go up because it won't support the debt at a lower price. So at a 5.5% cap rate, it can support a 3.5% mortgage, and the investor's happy.
No matter what the condition of the property is.
Oh, well, this is real big picture. I'm
Okay,
just
got it.
trying to describe a big picture and how relevant the interest rate is. But as soon as you go, like that young man who bought his property, and he bought it in January with a 7% interest rate, I think, number one, the $1,395,000 price would have been really tough to get. No one's lining up to pay that for the property. But it's still not too bad, because that's at a 6.5 cap rate. It's not 5.5. I don't know if I answered that question. I tried.
Yes, you did.
I don't know if I did.
Thank you.
Quick summary, as cap rates go up, values go down.
Oh, yep,
That's what happened,
all day long.
all day long.
Mr. Chair, I
Just
have
so everybody's clear, is the higher the cap rate, the lower the valuation, the lower the cap rate, the higher the valuation. That's why having the right cap rate is so important.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Absolutely, go ahead.
Actually, what I would like to request from you is to actually have you read part of this memo into the record, because I think it's very succinct, and I think
It's very what?
succinct, and I think it provides a very good, clear summary of what your request is. So if you could please read in, starting with the second paragraph of the first page, your basis for opinion, read the following 1, 2, let's see, 3, 4, 5. I would take it down to just your in conclusion paragraph.
Okay. Thank you for that. Basis for opinion. The taxpayer and other rental properties in Southdale accumulated data on cap rates for the assessor's consideration. We provided sales cap rates from CoStar on a statewide basis and Citus AMC data based on cap rates reported by institutional investors and several cap rates of the local market sales. CoStar data shows sales from 2019 through the first quarter of 2023, attached as Exhibit 1. It provides statewide cap rate data for Wisconsin multifamily properties. The sales data shows that the median cap rates in 2019 averaged 7.9%. They dropped in 2000 to 6.9%, stayed steady at about 7% in 2001, dropped to the lowest level in 2022. And in the first quarter of this year, they started to blip. They increased to 7.1%. Nowhere in the data shows rates in the 4.5% to 5.5% range used in the assessment valuations. Attached as Exhibit 2 is the Citus data from Q1 2003 sales reported by institutional investors. It's broken down by investment grade tiers, with Tier 1 being new properties in good locations, Tier 2 being aging properties and average good locations, and Tier 3 being older properties with functional inadequacies in marginal locations. Out there clearly falls into the Tier 3 category. The report shows that the Midwest region Tier 1 apartment cap rate averaged 5.9%. Tier 2 averaged 7%, and Tier 2 averaged 8.1%. Importantly, this data shows that property quality in neighborhoods have a big impact on cap rates. The nicer, newer areas of Fitchburg will demand lower cap rates than Tier 3 properties and neighborhoods like Southdale. We identified 2 properties of like age and lower income neighborhood that sold in Madison in the past years. Freedom Park property, 3802 Lean Road, property of 136 units sold at a 6.9% cap. See Exhibit 3. The 16-unit property located at 213-219 Deer Valley Road sold for 6.56% cap. See Exhibit 4. The only evidence we found of cap rates below 6% was in the Tier 1 and 2 tier properties. In conclusion, we have found no evidence that supports using the cap rate of 5.5%, nor have we been given any evidence. Our opinion is that Southdale properties are clearly Tier 3 assets and demand a higher cap rate to attract buyers. Even the City of Madison's assessor's office uses different cap rates to adjust for different neighborhoods' age and quality of assets. See Exhibit 5 for taxpayers' opinion using 6.5%. And that's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I think that well summarized your arguments, so thank you for making us aware of that. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, just thank you. Oh, I mean, I really do appreciate it. Like I said, it's been a journey coming over to Fitchburg. And been a surprise, some surprises along the way, and this has been one of the bigger ones.
Okay.
So,
If you have nothing else, any other questions from the
No.
board? We'll then ask the assessor to present their background on the assessed value and how it was established.
Can we respond to maybe have a couple questions, or do we save that for after?
Save it for after.
Okay, 10-4. All right, carry on.
thank you. get a copy of this?
Yeah. They didn't give him one? Oh.
Thanks. Wow. Holy cow.
Okay. Is he ready to speak? So, I just wanted to familiarize you with what's in front of you.
Is your microphone on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
I just wanted to familiarize you with what's in front of you there. What is in the larger packet is, I guess, on top, our qualifications, Chris and I. Beyond that, kind of summarized comments there. It's titled the subject property narrative. I'll address that. And then beyond that, the way we handled the valuation on these parcels is individually, but I can address this cumulatively as well. In those packets are the objector's petition, if you will, and beyond that, his operating income and expense statement for each individual parcel. Beyond that, it's our pro forma, and so I'm going to address this property cumulatively for the essence of time here. So if you will.
Okay. Just so we're clear, you don't have to address everyone. We're going to do one property,
Yes, sir.
and that's going to apply to all properties in the complex.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
And Craig, if we take, for example, one packet, we can assume all the other packets underneath it have the same general content, correct?
Yes,
So we're not
yes.
shuffling papers
The
around.
difference in the property, the units are homogeneous. So
Great.
what I'm saying is that although the parcels have a different mix of 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom, the unit rate is the same.
Great, thank you so much.
So the subject property consists of 8 parcels, 130 cumulative units, known as Maple Glen Apartments in the Southdale neighborhood. The units were built in 1978. Based on the subject property's age and mature neighborhood, it would be considered a Tier 3 level quality and condition multifamily property. The units were extensively remodeled, beginning in 2013 with new flooring, kitchen, bath, common areas, roofs, windows, patio doors, parking lots, and landscaping. The property was inspected in November of 2022. Most of the multifamily units in this neighborhood have been extensively remodeled, including the largest property owner, Sycamore Woods Apartments. During the course of the subject property evaluation, it should be noted no Tier 1 sales occurred. There was a Tier 2 sale located just down the street from the subject property in November 2021, located at 213 and 217 Deer Valley Road. This sale property was inspected in December of 2022. The sale price equated to $87,200 per unit. And we consider the quality and condition of this property and this sale to be significantly inferior to the subject property. Fitchburg has many multifamily units constructed in the 1970s, which would make them Tier 3 as well. Several Tier 3 sales have occurred throughout Fitchburg, as noted in the spreadsheet included in your packet. The spreadsheet I'm referring to is this.
I see it too.
Colorized spreadsheet with sales. It's the last page of the smaller packet that was distributed. I'll come back to comment on this spreadsheet, but if I could, we relied primarily on Tier 3 income data. We used market data to estimate the subject property while also considering the subject's reported income and expense. We had several meetings with the property owner. We did make large concessions to our original assessment. We recognize that the property is a Tier 3 multifamily unit type property. The reserve for replacement sinking fund, as it is, was increased to 3% from 2% from, well, the larger market. The expense ratio was increased to 30% from 25%, a figure we've been using for the larger market. We recognize this neighborhood has historically had challenges. However, it's really turned the corner. The cap rate was increased from 4.5 to 5.5. So the difference between these, if you look at our pro forma and the petitioner's income and expense, the difference is almost negligible. The only difference really is the cap rate. So we don't feel that the regional cap rate studies provided by the petitioner, AMC, as it were, are focused enough. As Dane County is a premier location relative to other Midwest locations. We don't really want to contrast Dane County with Cook County or otherwise. So we take a great amount of time to compile these sales, and there's several columns that I want to refer you to, but long story short, we feel the 5.5% is appropriate, and cumulatively, it's the assessor's opinion that our open book adjusted assessment of $11,830,100 or $91,000 per unit is reasonable and equitable. Now, to refer you to our handouts here, this is really what I want to focus on. This spreadsheet, there's several sales in here. This is just a synopsis of what we do in the multifamily unit. We've whittled this down to properties of the same age and recent sales no later than 2018. Most of these are from 2020 and beyond. So what I want to refer you to is, well, number one, there's a cap rate column. If you look at that, we have compiled these cap rates. We're familiar with the income and expense ratios. These are recent cap rates within our own city. No idea what he's talking about. And you can see we've had quite a few sales that give us guidance here, as opposed to a regional analysis. The second thing I want to refer you to is beyond the cap rate column, towards the last column on the spreadsheet, you've got a sale price per unit. You see those units, well, they range from $84,000 per unit to $171,000 per unit. The most recent sale, at least most closest sale in proximity, is 217 Deer Valley Road, about midway down the spreadsheet. You can see that property is sold for $87,200. It was built in 1967. I inspected that property. As I said previously, it is vastly inferior to the condition of the subject property, which is well maintained and well maintained. The last column I want to point out is that all of these properties were built in the same era as the subject property, but not necessarily taken care of to the extent that the subject property has been. I'm going to defer to the chief assessor here
All right, so the one thing I just want to add, I just looked at Craig's, and I did this yesterday, but I forgot to write it down. I took the average of those sales and added up the cap rate and averaged them out on all these, and I get to 4.92. Keep in mind that these are unloaded cap rates, so I guess for the sake of explaining, there may be a hang-up on loaded versus unloaded cap rates. So the sale, for example, since it's the one we've been talking about, right next door across the street, 213 to 217 Deer Valley. The expenses in that calculation, so that would be, I think it's exhibit, I took a note on it. Exhibit 4 that the objector had provided. That's the sheet from the sale of that property, and that cap rate of, I believe it was 6.56 is considered, or the expenses in that calculation, that value calculation, include the taxes, the real estate taxes, which by the assessing standards is not an allowable expense. The way we factor the taxes in, understanding that they are an expense, they're a heavy expense that property owners have to deal with. The way that we calibrate that is we remove the taxes out of as a line item expense and add the effective tax rate back into the cap rate. So, for example, on these, if you go to Craig's pro forma, which I believe is it's in the packet with our qualifications. It's one of the last couple pages. Or no, sorry.
It's the last page in one of these.
The last page here, it looks like this. You'll see that down where the cap rates. Cover page is the objection to real property assessment. So if you go to the last page in that packet, you'll see down where the cap rate is calculated out. It's so you see the cap rate, effective tax rate, and then combined rate. So for sake of going back to that sale, that 6.56 figure in Exhibit 5 that the objector submitted, that's basically their all-in cap rate. That's including the taxes. If we were to look at that, we would alter that cap rate down to subtract the effective tax rate. So we'd remove, to maintain assessing standards, we'd remove the taxes as a line item expense and then up the cap rate more or less. So you can see, I hate to keep going back and forth, but if you go to the pro forma, we have our cap rate of 5.5 plus our effective tax rate of 2.19, or 0.02195553 to get a loaded tax rate or an all-in rate of 0.0769553, or, working in round numbers, 7.69%. So more or less, if you want to compare apples to apples, you would be comparing 6.56 to 7.69, which is what we're using. So we're utilizing, I would say, a higher cap rate than what that sale did at $87,000 a unit at 213, 217 Deer Valley. It's kind of a logistics thing, or a semantics thing, whichever you want to call it. How do you get to the answer? More or less, they shake out fairly similar, but that's hopefully not too, into the weeds for an explanation. But that's the best way I could get there. Another couple things. Nicole, you had asked a question about other properties in Southdale and their expenses. A good chunk of them we use 25% expense ratio for. There's a few of them mix here, the Maple Glen Apartments, and some other ones that we use a 30% expense ratio on, but by and large, they're all, most of them are 25%. Let's see here.
And Chris, can I just ask a
Yeah.
follow-up clarifying question? So, and I'm trying to word this the best way possible. Like, I would be remiss to state that a house in two different neighborhoods is worth the same value, correct? So when you compare like properties, are you also comparing like communities as well and like locations when you kind of state that?
Sure, yeah. So one thing I guess worth noting, so we had, I'll back out a little. We had this task of bringing on Town of Madison, which obviously is a challenge for all parties involved. But we had initially ran these with similar cap rates. We received a lot of feedback from Mick and a number of other folks in Southdale, and we kind of recognized that our cap rates were probably too low. We bumped them up to 5.5, which is similar to what you might see like off of Fish Hatchery, like Pines Apartments, Fitchburg, Fairways Apartments, that stuff kind of up there near the golf course, for example. They're older. They've got similar challenges as well, but, you know, more or less we feel that they're, you know, in the same kind of ballpark as these, versus something that you might see on Lacey or, you know, Sherrill Parkway. It's new. They're different, and we tried to recognize that with our cap rates, expenses, rents, all that good stuff. So we try to assess things that are similar as best as we can, and I feel that in this case we've done that with this one.
So we compared it to different parts of our city that more
That,
looks
yes.
like.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
that, I mean, in that case, they're kind of similar. They're south of the Beltline a little bit. They're not kind of on the exterior. They're not where most of the development is occurring right now. It's, that sort of area is more redevelopment, which is what you're kind of seeing in Southdale along Rimrock and so on and so forth.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Since we're on that point, I have a question. The taxpayer presented an argument that I'd like you to respond to, in that as of January 1st, which is the assessment date of this year, the market had changed significantly
Sure.
for income properties.
Yep.
I do not see any adjustments to your cap rate calculations to reflect the difference in the market on January 1st versus the earlier days when these transactions took place. Did you consider that element, and how did you address it?
So there's a couple of things at play there, I guess, is what I would say. The last time we did a citywide revaluation, as you folks all know, was last year for 2022. So, you know, aside from the town of Madison parcels, a couple hundred of them that we annexed, the rest of Fitchburg, by and large, is living in this world of values based on calendar year 2021 data, so income and expenses. I have no disagreement that the market's different right now, but in the interest of uniformity, we tried to assess these as fairly as we could in the greater city of Fitchburg. We didn't have the resources to do a full citywide revaluation this year. Otherwise, we may have reflected we probably would have seen some higher interest rates, cap rates, so on and so forth. But our opinion was that in the interest of uniformity, it would be violating that uniformity clause of the Wisconsin Constitution to bring parcels in at a higher cap rate, while the larger Fitchburg population doesn't get to experience that same sort of relief on their property values.
Why didn't you just do it using actual rates based on changes in the calendar, and then reduce it to your level of assessment?
It's a good question. I hadn't considered that, I suppose, but I don't, by and large, I don't know. That's a good question, but I think what we did was looked at where we were equitably assessed in similar neighborhoods, like I said, the Pines and so on and so forth, and tried to assess these in line with those. We have a sale, for example, of that 213, 217 Deer Valley, where it may have had a higher cap rate. It was in 2022, the sale occurred, I believe, and it still, that cap rate of 6.56% is, by and large, like I said, comparing apples to apples, is lower than the cap rate that we're utilizing. So we have an all-in cap rate of 7.6%. Their all-in cap rate was 6.56, and that's a sale quarter four of 2022.
I'll come back to that, but I really take issue with that because
Okay.
it's apple and an orange, so.
Okay.
So, I mean, to that, I would say the taxes are still included as a line item. I've seen the income and expense statement for this property. The taxes are included in the expenses for that sale. So.
So just to summarize for myself, because I'm not as well-versed as our chairman here. So what you're saying is it's this push and pull between, this wasn't a reassessment year, but this special event happened to where the town of Madison was annexed. And our taxpayer here is saying, hey, I own this property in 2013, and I would like that cap table taken, and I argue that that should be higher, and you're saying, hey, it's not really a reevaluation year, so we should base it and stay uniform with the rest of Fitchburg, which was assessed in 22. And so I'm going to kind of, for all intents and keeping things clean, I'm going to act like this is based on 22 numbers because it's not a reevaluation year.
Correct. So the current plan is to go forward with the revaluation for 2024, given what we've seen, not with just Southdale, but the larger market. We know that things are different right now, and that's kind of where we're going. I mean, I started here in January, and typically a revaluation, you guys were into board last year, I believe, until October. A revaluation takes substantial time and effort, as you're aware, and we simply didn't have the resources to do so. The approach that we took here to try and bring them in using uniform methods with the rest of the city was as best as we could. To the example of the level of assessment, I guess thinking about that more, that my opinion on that is that the level of assessment is very muddy, I guess is what I feel. I mean, maybe if we had stratified the sales out, we could look at the apartments in particular, and maybe applied our level of assessment on those. But that level of assessment, we're at 82% this year, and that's primarily, single-family residential sales. So I think that's a valid question, but, having a few minutes to think about it, I don't know that I would have done that. I don't know if that's the right or wrong approach, but I think the way that I see it, I feel like bringing them in, utilizing the market data that we have, it was kind of a hybrid approach of what they provided to us. And I would also say that what we did to kind of confer with that as well, we took money off of the rents that were provided to us. We're not utilizing calendar year 2022 rents. We took $50, I think, or $75 off for each apartment unit's rent to kind of to reflect that, hey, yeah, rents are higher in 2023 or 2022, but we want to get back as close as we can to 2021. And I think, given that we have this sale here of 87 a unit, I think we have done as best of a job as I feel like we could, given the task at hand.
Mr. Chair, question.
For who?
For the assessing department. Hey, Craig, I'm going back to your chart here. That's very helpful. What about the unit size? You've got a lot of 4s, a lot of 8s. I know you got a couple 32s and 64s in there, but the 4s and the 8s, are they the same way to look at it as something like the taxpayer's property or not? Or are those just different animals to assess?
Yes, sir. There is, in some occasions, a premium paid for a 4-unit because it could be owner occupied. But I don't think that the 8, 12, 16s, these are all, the subject property has one 30-unit apartment in it. The rest of them are 12s, 16s, that kind of thing. And so it'd be consistent with these sales. These parcels are individually saleable. And if I could add, there was something that I meant to illustrate that I didn't. The first pages of that spreadsheet, these are rent comps. I think it's helpful to look at what these advertised rent comps in the immediate neighborhood are renting for relative to our pro forma or relative to the contract rents currently on the property. You'll notice that these are fairly substantially higher than what we're using in the spreadsheet. Right now, we were using for the one bedrooms $875 a month. Well, for some reason, CoStar reports Maple Glen Apartments have a rent starting at $1,025 that go to $1,225. The 2 bedrooms we're using $975 a month. Well, if you look further, Pheasant Ridge, that's in the same exact neighborhood. Those could go anywhere from $1,025 to $1,375. Sycamore Woods, immediate neighborhood, $1,200 to $1,578 a month. I confirmed that, by the way, with the property manager. We did a good amount of due diligence on this. So we've got a lot of information from the immediate neighborhood. We spent a lot of time in Southdale. We've had a lot of discussions with every property owner. So our interest here is being consistent, number one. There's several other rent comps in here. I'm not going to go through each of them one by one, but you certainly can. I think we've been fair with both the top line being gross potential income. We've been fair with the operating expenses, and also fair with the cap rate, in my opinion.
Okay. Any other questions of the board members?
I have one. Can you remind me, and this is just my ignorance for not knowing how this all works in depth or not doing it myself. Why do we put an expense cap, or do we ever consider allowing, as this gentleman has stated, 33% expenses over 30%? Can you just kind of educate me on why we don't allow kind of a personalized range of that?
So a quick answer is that we try to do mass appraisal. Each property is individual. They're going to have some higher, some lower than that number. And that's in some cases due to, like Mick said, he has to hire out a manager. It's a big project. You can't self-manage 130 units. It's no small feat. In some cases too, the other thing is that from a property owner's perspective, they may include capitalized expenses. So a parking lot, for example, is a capitalized project. That's what replacement reserves are for. So you might stick, I don't know, however much it might be, $1,000 a month or whatever to cover those types of projects. So, and this is more specific to what I've seen in income restricted properties. They'll do that. They'll include capitalized projects, which might cost several $100,000, and they have this very high expense ratio for a given year. That's kind of non-typical is what I would say. So expenses, or, the repairs and maintenance is reserved for more kind of large-scale expenses. So replacement reserves, which is something we factor into our calculation, is going to be saving, like I said, $1,000 a month for your roof when it goes out, your parking lot when it goes out, so on and so forth. Kind of yearly turnover versus, repairs and maintenance might be if you have to, when you have to pay somebody to go out and fix a sink or anything like that. More smaller scale projects. Hopefully that makes sense. So that's why for Mick, it is higher to have, because, whether or not he has replacement reserves, he still has to pay for those capitalized projects. But for assessment standards, we don't allow those large-scale projects as a line item expense because of the replacement reserves. So some properties are going to have higher or lower just depending on the level of upkeep. So for conversation's sake, the property here at 213 to 219 Deer Valley, that sale that we keep referring to, that one is self-managed, and as such, we have like a 5% lower expense ratio on that, just to account for some of those differences. So.
Gotcha. And then I did have, I'm sorry, Craig, did you want to add to that? Okay.
No.
Okay, I did have one more question for you then, Craig. So on this printout that you gave us for comps, I just want to make sure I'm using the comparisons correctly in my head. So on the Pheasant Ridge one, I see this property has income limits. Make sure you're qualified. So does that indicate to me that this is getting funding through Section 8 housing? Is that a fair assumption?
Yes, that may be the case. This is a compiled strictly from the neighborhood. I didn't attempt to separate it. I know that Sycamore Woods is a market rate, and I want to clarify for the record here. What we're assessing, our assessment is based on market rent, not contract rent. So
Can you explain the difference of those two?
the market is what the market will bear. And what I'm suggesting is the petitioner can rent these units out for whatever he feels is appropriate, and he has a relationship with some of these tenants. But if a potential buyer is looking at what the income stream would be going forward, not backward. So I'm suggesting these units could be rented for more than what they are, relative to these comparables.
And so we're using closer to contract rent in our models versus market. So we've tried to use actual as best as we can, understanding that, yeah.
So I have one more question. And it's a little off the wall, so you tell me, like, I don't actually know this, right?
Sure.
I think where I'm just trying to understand as a taxpayer and a property owner and a person who loves the diversity of the city, I moved here for it on purpose. So, is there any factoring in of making sure that property owners set fair values, but don't price out people who've lived in a community for years, right? Like, how do you avoid gentrification? Let's call a spade a spade.
Mm-hmm.
And is that even a model? Is that even something to take into account here? And as a person sitting on this committee, I'd just be remiss if I didn't ask the question. So could you kind of speak to that, please?
I will do my best. So it's not something we directly consider, I would say, but we try to recognize differences in neighborhood. Here we went in at what we thought was the market, understanding. And as a side note, the taxes probably would not, or the rents would not have to be raised in substantial amount if these apartment units were not valued at $30,000 or $40,000. You would know better than I would last year.
40 or 50,000.
40 or 50,000 a
were-
unit last year. To that, I guess maybe a side question, and I can ask this later, but I'm familiar with the assessor who handled, the firm that handled town of Madison previously, and Mick, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know that they do comprehensive income and expense analysis or larger cap rate studies. So I talked to a number of people in Southdale, apartment owners in particular, who all conceded that these apartments were vastly undervalued. Now,
We agree.
so we get to bear the burden of what we're dealing with, what we're seeing here. These units are some of the lowest apartment units that we have valued in Fitchburg. I think they're fair values, but I don't disagree that the impact is not going to be unfelt. But it's something that I'm keenly aware of, but our job is to report the value of the property, and I feel that we've done that as adequately as we can. I hope that in some ways answers your question, but.
As a follow-up to what's been asked, not on gentrification, because the assessor can't really handle and deal with that, but on expenses. We've heard that their actual expenses were 33%. You decided to use an average expense versus an actual. Did you review their expenses, and did anything seem unusually high or out of line with what would be normal or typical? Because that's the goal here, not
Yeah.
to set a cap.
Sure.
What you need to look at is normal and typical expenses, and on a 40-year-old property, they're going to be different than on a new property.
Sure.
So did you review those expenses, and did you find anything that was out of line that you took out and adjusted it to go back to your 30% level?
We did. We had no intentions of placing any sort of cap on these. I should clarify that. We wanted to report and value what was typical in this market. We got income and expenses from every property owner in Southdale that we requested of during open book. This property I had higher than typical, and I think it has to do with some of the capitalized projects that, the parking lot and so on and so forth, that were done to maintain the quality of the property.
But did you see those actually on their expense
Yes.
report?
Yes.
As expenses?
Yes.
Not capitalized items?
They were, well, yeah, the parking lot, those high-end expenses, the parking lot and so on and so forth were on the expense sheet, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything else to add to your testimony?
Nope.
I have
Thank you.
one thing to add.
Sure.
I found it very confusing that you provided us with income information from these apartments and 23 rents. If you should have provided this in income at the time of your analysis. You're using 21 data. So to look at this and show us that these are the income today, you don't show any adjustments to these for the time difference. I found that confusing. This is, if we looked at this and said, okay, this is what the market rents are today, you should have used market rent information today and then adjusted it accordingly. You didn't. So having this exhibit, I found very confusing to the board,
Are you speaking in terms of the rent comps here, like the stuff?
the rent comps.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
This shows what they are today, but you're not trying to work in today's values.
Right.
And so they should have either been adjusted to current
Oh, I
at
see
the
what you're saying.
time,
Exactly.
Noted.
okay?
Exactly.
These are 23 rents, not the basis that you're using 2 years ago to keep it in line with everything else.
Sure, I understand what you're saying. I understand why that's confusing. I would just point back to the pro formas and say we knocked our rents down from what, I think that's what we were trying to illustrate, was that the rents in 2023 are much higher than what we are utilizing in our models. Hopefully that, I guess, makes some sort of sense. But I understand what you're saying. Apologize.
You said it, but, you gave us an exhibit that didn't really correlate to what you were saying, so that was confusing.
Sure, noted.
Can I ask a question, please?
Carol has a question. Go ahead.
My question is about the first paragraph on the subject property narrative. Excuse me. It talks about that the property has been extensively remodeled, including kitchens, baths, common areas, roofs, windows, patio doors, etc. How do you make a determination whether something is actually an upgrade to increase the value of the property or if it's strictly just maintenance? I would imagine that a patio door that's 20 years old isn't in the greatest of condition. And if you're just typically replacing flooring that's completely worn out with builder grade flooring, that's different to me than, I think of it maintenance versus remodeling.
Sure.
And to me, remodeling is when you go in and you tear out your bathroom to the guts and you're putting in granite and tile floors and expensive fixtures. Is this just purely that this stuff is worn out and it's being replaced with stuff of a similar grade that's not worn out?
That may be the case. Craig, you can speak to this more than I can, but I would start out by saying that typically properties that are better maintained, that have newer kitchens, baths, so on and so forth, are going to yield a higher rent, which indicates a higher value as well.
I would also add that the repairs that are done, I did have an opportunity to inspect the property, and this is beyond cosmetic repairs. Again, this property was built in 1978 and wasn't remodeled until 2013. This would command a higher rent than a property in much more inferior condition like 213, 217 Deer Valley Road. This is kitchen, baths, windows, everything. So, does that answer the question?
Kind of. I guess what I'm looking for is this done in high-end finishes or is this done in builder-grade finishes? Just to bring the property back into a clean, safe, livable state.
I guess, could I just add that we just, there's no dishwashers. What we did, just to get the facts out, I'll tell you, and because I was there, I did it. So we replaced kitchen counters. We use Formica counters. We use standard stock grade cabinets from Menards type cabinets. Nothing special. The biggest upgrade we had is we took some carpet out in the living room and went with LVT vinyl, the vinyl look, kept the carpet in the bedroom. But we didn't, there's functional obsolescence there. We couldn't even get a dishwasher in, or a microwave, or a washer dryer. It just won't work. So I think your point is excellent. We did this to have something that is reasonable for someone to live in. That's a building that's this old. Thank you.
To the
Everything
point
else? Go ahead.
of functional obsolescence, all of these sales had functional obsolescence. They're built in the same decade. Just wanted to qualify that.
Follow-up question on that. The Pike Drive property that's listed in that list, is it above 6% of a expense ratio? Can you,
Is that, what's the address, 1902 or 2001? That may be income restricted, hang on. Let me peek at that.
you got a lot of paper up here, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Give me 1 second, let me pull it up here.
That one I think was 69,000 per unit.
Right.
And had a 6.9 if I remember right.
Yeah, that's got to be income restricted. Let me just confirm that. Well, maybe not. Nope. That one does not appear to be income restricted. Never mind, I was thinking of a different one in the neighborhood.
There it is.
Where's it? Did you say expense ratio or?
I'm sorry, the calculated cap rate.
Oh, yeah,
Sorry.
okay. I gotcha. 10-4.
I'm new at this too.
Me too.
So, Carol, are you still going here?
Well, I don't know if we got an answer as to why that particular one is its 0.069. Because that one's the lowest, I think, or the highest,
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll have,
lowest of all of them.
each sale kind of stands on its own. You're going to have some that are going to sell at a higher cap rate. You're going to have some, obviously, you can see one here that's, 2.9%. So you've got, they run the gamut. As I said earlier, the average is like 4.92 on, if you take all those up and run the average, it's sub 5.
So there's nothing specific about that neighborhood or the condition of that property that would have made that different?
That specific neighborhood, just geographically, let me pull it up quick here on a map to confirm, but I know that's near, let's see here, Pines.
It's in the South Fish Hatchery Road.
Yeah. Pike. Yeah, this is near an area that's had some, call it trouble as of late. And maybe I'm still new to Fitchburg as well, and it sounds like that's kind of been the theme over there for a bit. But that's a similar area, I would say, to this one. It's, again, still within that neighborhood, you're going to have sales that span the gamut. But
So when you look at the condition of a neighborhood or the reputation of a neighborhood or the number of police calls in a neighborhood, is that something that you consider when you do this? Or do you purely look at sales, figuring that sales will be reflective of those conditions?
I would say the second part of that. Sales are what drives our values in our models. So, and
Would
typically,
you also agree that the sales are going to slow down as the conditions in those neighborhoods are bad, because then you're not going to have as many comparables to go from?
it's tough to say. That's trying to project the market, and we try to reflect it versus anticipate it. That coin could flip both ways. When a neighborhood that has lower value has higher upside. So obviously, each neighborhood has its own, issues, quirks, whatever, and this is no exception. But as I've heard from several parties, it sounds like Southdale is on kind of the rebound from what it once was, and it seems to be the case. So I think there's a high upside there as far as I can tell. But
I guess I want to ask this before our panel gets into discussion here, because this is really the nub of it for me. Nicole hit it right on the head here. So walk me through. We had this is a proper town of Madison, right? So you're looking at it, understandably, the gentleman's first interaction with Fitchburg. Glad it's going personally well. I mean, professionally, you guys are
Everything that we disagree.
Right, that's fine. That's good. I'm trying to get to what Nicole asked, because that's where really I want to talk about it among this panel once we get to that place, is there an off-ramp that could have been found as we transition this property into the city of Fitchburg? without violating uniformity clauses, without being too subjective, because this is a pretty hard cost to entry to the city here, to true up this all at one time. We knew when we inherited this thing 20 years ago, and I'm not trying to relive the past here, but I had heard that 10 years ago or 8 years ago when I was sitting in the big chair in this city, that this was going to take a little while to do this, because it's going to have to figure everything out. And this guy here is the tip of the spear, or whatever the saying is. And Chris, you and Craig are doing great work here, but this is a really unique piece of how we're trying to move this gentleman into our city. And so in your mechanics, I don't want to get in trouble from the chair for being too subjective here, how is there an off-ramp, or how is there a glide path to kind of get this done? Or is it just all apples to apples?
So I'll try and explain this as succinctly as I can.
Please.
So I knew what I was facing when I joined on here in January. I knew what the task was, and it was one of the questions they asked me when I interviewed here. And at the time, I said, I didn't have an answer, because it's complex. I said, here's kind of my initial answer, but it may evolve as I learn kind of what's going on. And I think the off-ramp is what we've done, at least in my experience. I mean, we have data, and we made estimations based on the data that we have. We scaled back our rents. We increased our cap rates here comparative to what the kind of Fitchburg proper, or the old version of Fitchburg is using. Additionally, we inherited artificially low values, is what I would say. The off-ramp, in order for that to have worked properly, the way where it would have been clean for all parties involved, these units were inequitably assessed for a number of years. And so we, absent any sort of kind of benchmark data to start with, we had to kind of start from scratch and utilize the best information we had and scale it back to what we felt was an appropriate rent, expense, cap rate for the rest of Fitchburg to bring them in uniformly. These were $40,000 or $50,000 assessed up until this year.
Right.
And had they even been at, 60 or 70,000, it's more, I mean, it's not nothing, but it's certainly more tolerable than jumping from 45 to 91. And I feel that value's, again, I feel it's justified, I feel it's defendable, I feel it's uniform and equitable. It's just what we inherited was a challenge to begin with, and I think we did the best we could to reflect it as appropriately as we could.
And the taxpayer said at the beginning of his testimony that more or less he came up to you and said, hey, this 4.5 is too low. You should true this up a little bit. Okay.
We did, and we raised it, but we didn't raise it to what the market is now, 1/1 of 23. That's why we're doing.
What made you stop right there? I don't mean to interrupt, but just what made you go from the 4.5 to the 5.5 to the 6.5? Just more thoughts, or we need to get in there a little bit more? Why not wait till 2024 when you're out there?
Because we had a sale the sale that at 213, 217, if you were to unload that cap rate, that 6.56 number, it'd be much lower than where we're at. And we thought, let's try to make at least some sort of a concession here to reflect it's a different property. It was our best estimation of what market data coupled with, trying to scale it back a little bit. I hope that makes sense.
It does. I'll talk. Okay, thank you.
Can I add one point? This is just critical.
Let me just determine,
Yeah.
are you done with all your testimony?
I think so, unless you all have more questions.
Okay. Certainly can ask question.
Thank you. There's really confusion here in the room. And it has to do with these cap rates, loaded and unloaded. We have to clarify this. This is way too important to let this get blown over. So if you looked at the sheet Chris has referred to, this is the comparable that's the best one. We don't disagree. It's the best comparable, $1,395,000. That cap rate that buyer was looking at 2 years ago, and the height of the market was 656. That's the cap rate, but that included the taxes. In order to get an apple on an apple with this, the way he appraises this, which is a good methodology, you have to add 656 and you have to add 2.2% for the tax rate. So the cap rate used at a net operating income without taxes would have been 876. And they are using 769. So it's almost 1 point difference. Is everyone, that's so important. This is so important. Because he said in testimony that his 7.6% was higher than this 656. It's an apple and an orange. This thing, it doesn't have taxes in it. You have to always add the 2.2% if you're doing the calculations like this.
Sorry about that. Yeah, you're correct. I had that backwards. And what I would add to that as a side note is that that's a 2022 sale. So the rest of our rates in Fitchburg and by and large are based off of 2021 sales. So that sale is reflecting the market as close to 1/1 of 23 as we can really get. And if we add in our tax rate, we get to 8.75, and we're about, call it 1.1% off. So if we, in the interest of uniformity, we effectively scaled our cap rate back by about 1% to get to what we felt was a uniform rate with the rest of Fitchburg, while acknowledging that it's different than the rest of Fitchburg. Sorry, I apologize, that's my bad.
You scale back
Yes,
you scale back your rate a percentage from an already low rate. That's my point, I think.
Okay, point well made.
Sure.
The error is corrected. I think that helps the board. Any other questions from the board? You have any other questions for the assessor?
I just want to say one final comment besides thank you. They're submitting to you all these comparables. I don't think they're comparables. I want to make that perfectly clear. A fourplex unit, I don't think is even remotely comparable to a 130-unit project. And I've been appraising, I am one. We wouldn't use that. It's not acceptable. So the only comps I think that you could use on here might be the 24 and the 30-unit comps, et cetera. There's a lot of sales at 69, 78, 82,000. The one on the top, 84,000. So once you go and jump away from the fourplexes, and if you were to cross a line through every fourplex here and eightplex, and you jump to these, you're going to see that prices per unit have changed dramatically. So that's really important to note. These are not valid comps.
Okay.
Can I?
If you could see my notes, you know one of the things that we're going to consider, size of the complex.
Thank you.
Can I just add one thing?
Sure.
Each of these it's 130 units, but they're individually sellable parcels. And the comp here is a 16, the comp that we're using is, we'll call it, it's 16, I think it's 16 units, so they're not all too different, but those are individually saleable as well.
Good point. Okay.
So I should split up my project to sell it? Is that what you're suggesting? Well, okay.
All right.
You could get a good penny for it.
So here's where we're at. Time for us to close the presentations and move into deliberations. Deliberations are public. Anybody who wants to can be here and listen to them. So there's certainly anyone who's here, and they say we're fairly quiet, so I don't have a gallery.
Mr. Chair, could I possibly request a 10-minute?
Yeah.
We have a request for a short recess,
Yes, please.
10 minutes. Looking at the clock in the room, I can't read the numbers, but it looks like it's 10:30 would be a good time to reconvene. So let's take a short recess. We'll come back at 10:30 and start our deliberations.
Thank you.
We're back into deliberations after our short break. We're discussing the Castile affordable housing. I want to thank both parties and their representations this morning. I think it gave us some very good information to consider as well as both parties being very well organized. So thank you for your due diligence this morning. At this point then, I'll open the deliberations with questions, any additional questions from the board or comments from the board. And board's open for comments.
So I've knew this situation would come, just sitting around saying, where is Fitchburg going to be, and stuff that I've known about the city and involvement. So I love this. I mean, I'm actually curious by this conversation, but I also know it's real life stakes of the taxpayer having dollars he needs to potentially increase pay, the city assessing department, the quality of staff, and I'm very proud and pleased of the city's assessing department. As Mike said, you're well prepared as always. But this one really, I'm stuck. I'm stuck here because I just think this is such a significant jump going from where we were with the town of Madison and the process that the city went through. And I know I need to stick to the task of this committee, but we all come from somewhere, and I come from a place where I just know, back to what Nicole said, the complexity of this city, the different neighborhoods, and all of those things. I'm having a hard time, Mr. Chair, seeing the increase that the taxpayer may be facing.
Okay.
So when I'm basing that on more than just subjective thoughts, I think that there is some ways that this property may have been overassessed. So I'm not there. I just want to lay that out to the group here.
All right. We need to follow the rules that I talked about earlier, which are established by the Supreme Court. First of all, we heard that there was no sale of the subject property, so we don't have a current sale to rely upon, to look at. Secondly, there was only one reasonably comparable sale in the neighborhood. Typically, we'd love to have more than one sale, but it is at least an indication of what's going on in the market, and both parties presented very good information on the facts of that sale. So we can have that as a sort of a sounding board to work from. So what does that leave us? It leaves us with the using of other methods of valuation. In this case, both parties agreed that the income approach appears to be the best approach. We heard the assessor comment that because of the fact that the city is using information for all other properties based on prior year's activity, he tried to mirror that so that we had comparability and equity in the assessments. So that's the basis of what we're looking at, is that we're going to other approaches to value, and we're using, in this case, the income approach. As I look at the income approach, as the documents and information were presented, one thing that is something that is very obvious in the real world is that with aging properties, expenses increase. So looking at the operating expense information was, I think, a critical element in this property. But the assessor was correct. When you look at operating expenses, you set up reserves for replacement for capital improvements, and they are not included in establishing your effective and net operating income. So they are not allowable in the process they set up as reserves for replacements, which are allowable. And in many cases on older properties, they are extensive. So I think the operating expenses that were utilized at 30%, based on any other evidence we've had, are in the ballpark. I'm not saying they're reasonable. I'm not saying 33% isn't reasonable, but if they included capitalized expenses that should have been taken out, then they're inappropriate, and we shouldn't consider them. One thing that wasn't considered, and I give the assessor credit for putting together a nice document of market analysis, or doing a market analysis of sales, developing a cost per unit, and developing cap rates from those sales. As I look at those sales, we had I think, very good discussion as to the range that they developed. And a point that came out was that most of them are for much smaller properties. And we're recognizing that, yes, this is a parcel with multiple, property with multiple parcels at the point, but we're looking at it as one complex. The typical purchaser would probably be not buying just a building, but buying all of the buildings. And in that circumstance, you're not looking at anything that's going to have a cap rate similar to the units. We're talking 130. Even the largest on here is 104, and for which we don't have specific information on cap rates. But the one caveat, which wasn't considered, in my opinion, by the assessor, was as we went through with a different assessor sitting here last year and did multiple income-producing properties, a cap rate that was used in the past was 6.4%. And if we're trying to make this similar in valuation to the properties that were valued prior to the last reassessment, I think we should have used 6.4% on this property to put it in the same ballpark as all other income-producing properties that were valued by the city. Secondly, size of the complex. Risk and rate equate. The higher the number of units you have, the greater the risk you have of renting them. I don't see any kind of consideration to recognize the fact that 130 units, you have a much different buyer for them than you would have for much smaller units, properties with smaller number of units. So I think those are two elements that were not considered that do have a significant impact in the overall consideration for the subject property. So, as I look at the information presented, I think certainly we need to adjust the assessor's value to use the same or similar cap rate to what was used in prior years. Since that's the way they're trying to approach this, to put you on the same basis. As far as the amount of adjustment, if any, we consider reasonable for the size of the complex, that's something we need to discuss to make a determination to reflect what we think is appropriate for the value on the property as we heard the testimony. After those comments, I'll open it up for additional discussion, and please recognize we have no control over the fact that this was in the town of Madison and it's now in the city of Fitchburg. That's not our bailiwick. That's not what we're here to do today. I understand that significant increases in value are never taught, I don't know the right word to say. They're a challenge for all parties to accept because it's a different approach. I've heard it many times when communities have struggled to keep their assessments current. Wisconsin law tries to keep them in a reasonable range today. Some communities do a better job than others in doing that. I think Fitchburg has done an admirable job in trying to keep their assessments close to current levels of market value, which is the state standard. So I think at this point, I would recommend that we open it up for discussion and other comments and concerns that you might have. Eldon, unfortunately, since you just joined us and you didn't hear all that testimony, we're going to ask you to be a bystander until this decision is made.
I can just add, I think in general, I'm in agreement. I really appreciate everyone who is here today and bringing such great information. I do have one question. Is it legally required that in a non-assessment year that we maintain to the year that properties were previously assessed? Or is that just a personal preference for annexation purposes? And I can restate my question if that was very confusing.
Well, Wisconsin law requires that the assessor value annually, but it also gives the flexibility that you can do it within a 5-year window if you stay within 10% of your market value in that window. And that's what the town of Madison did. The city of Fitchburg doesn't. They keep it on a regular basis. keep it updated on a regular basis.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, our goal is to follow the law and not what somebody did in the past, whether or not they followed the law.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, that's the assessor's responsibility, and that's our then basis for reviewing what was done for '23.
I think, thank
Not
you.
sure if that answered your question.
I don't think you can ever leave this board because you're like a human dictionary. So thank you. That very much answered my question. I think the only thing to add to that is I think we all need to be incredibly just aware of the differences between, and I know it's kind of a restated trope, but equality and equity, right? The move to keep everything the same and measure based on previous years is definitely something that on the surface is very even and makes a whole bunch of sense. And I think the annexation, I can see how taxpayers would say, this is a special circumstance, this is a special housing, we want to make sure we're not outpricing these residents. And so I think, I just wanted to kind of put that in the space here, that the premise of this was the most equal and fair way to do it. I think there might be actually different perspectives in terms of, how much do you waiver from that? But I also very much respect, Chris, your point of how many city resources do we use in a non-reevaluation year and how much work that takes for city employees. So that was the only thing I wanted to add. Otherwise, I echo what you have said, Mr. Chairperson, in kind of the value and going back and forth about this Deer Valley Road piece. I appreciate both groups bringing that, so I have nothing else to add. But.
Other comments from the board? Hearing none, then I will make a motion. Do we adjust the assessment of this property, or tell the assessor to adjust the assessment of this property using an overall cap rate reflective of what was used in prior years, specifically 6.4%, to recognize the fact that they're bringing these new annex properties into the city and trying to keep them on the same basis so that we can then adjust the assessment. And I don't have an exact number, but I would like the assessors to calculate that and then give us the total so we can add it to the record.
So
I'm making that motion to the board at this point,
I will second the motion.
okay? We have a motion and a second. We are actually reducing the assessment to reflect the fact that, as many of you remember, 6.4% was the calculated earnings cap rate that was being used. It's called the overall capitalization rate last year and the year before. And so now this year we've adjusted it. I understand how they did it and why they did it, but when I heard the testimony that we had to be bringing them in at basis of all other property, I think they erred in not using that 6.4%.
I'm in agreement.
Okay, hearing that, I'll call for a vote.
Do we want the number first, sir?
Oh, yeah.
So when you say overall cap rate, you mean prior to adding the effective tax rate in?
Right.
6.4% is the overall total rate to use. The net operating income,
So we're utilizing, it's like 7.6 right now. Loaded tax rate. So the overall rate in our language would mean base cap rate plus the tax rate, and that's the overall cap rate.
that's the total rate, that's correct.
So that would raise the value then, by and large, because we're at 7.6 on these.
Was 6.4 the cap rate used last year as base?
This was
4.5 was last year's base cap rate. The overall rate that we use on most of our multifamily properties would be 4.5 plus whatever the tax rate is for, depending on location for school district.
So you're saying your overall cap rate today is 7.1?
7 point, it's in the packet, it's in Craig's pro forma. Let me pull one up here quick, hang on.
Is that the 7.69?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's based upon 5.5 plus the tax rate,
Correct.
right? And then we're arguing
And you're
for
arguing
6.5
6.5.
plus the tax rate. Because we feel it's
So your overall would be roughly 8.75.
exactly right, 8.6 is what I came up
Sure,
with.
sure.
roughly.
Yours is probably right.
Yep, yep.
769,553.
So I think, Nicole, what did you say? You said 5.5 plus,
Yeah, so if you look at this purple and blue sheet
Correct.
from the city assessor's office.
Yep.
It shows the base cap rate at 5.5%, then the affected tax rate of 2.1%, totaling 7.69%.
Right.
And Mr. Mike is arguing that based on, if you look at his same write-up for that same property, it shows a cap rate of 6.56%, and then the assessor's office agreed that the 2.2 is added on top of that to give us an apples to apples. So his number is 8.6 something, essentially. And so that's what we're looking at, that difference of the 1%, or 8.76.
right here, Carol.
So maybe going forward, we should discuss cap rate not fully loaded to make everything super clear.
Yes.
So the city's putting forward 5.5, and we are being offered by the taxpayer 6.5.
Thank you, yeah.
So would the author of the motion accept the friendly amendment?
Just a second.
Yep, yes.
So the motion was to adjust the cap rate to 6.4%.
We're going to make
Not
an
the
amendment to that based on the documentation that the assessors pointed out. To 8.5%.
Somebody want to make a
But
amendment?
before I say that, what was the tax rate that was used 2 years ago? 2%?
Yeah, if you could, simply. 2021.
0.20 approximately.
Oh, let me check. Craig's going to get it.
So, modifying my motion. The 6.4 would be the cap rate before taxes added. So the overall tax rate would then be 8.4%. To reflect the fact that the 6.4% was what was used in prior years. It's a little higher than what the indicated rate of was the actual sale in the neighborhood. But I think that's reflective of the fact that this is a much larger complex. When you have a larger complex, as I said, risk and rate equate. It's a lot different between one 16-unit complex and 130 units. So correcting my motion, I'm raising it from 6%, 6.4% to 8.4% to reflect the fact that it's in the manner as which was presented by the assessor, so that we have a comparison then that's reflective of what he did as to what I'm proposing. Higher rate, lower value is the comparison.
Friendly amendment, I accept that.
Okay? So we're looking at,
The clerk, do you have that?
I do, thank you.
we're then asking the assessor to take the total that he's calculated and recalculate it using that overall cap rate of 8.4%. And if you need a few minutes to do this, we'll certainly give it to you.
Madam Clerk, could you just read the motion that's been amended?
Certainly. The motion on the table was to adjust the cap rate to 6.4% made by Mike Couillard, second by Sean Paff. Friendly amendment to amend the cap rate to 8.4% overall by Mike Coulard, second by Sean Papp.
Right, we'll just,
All right, so if you can give me a minute, I'll plug these into our spreadsheets and get it figured out here. You want me, I assume parcel by parcel basis, you want to hear them? Since they were
Since they're on the
objected?
roll that way, we'll need to enter them that way as
Okay.
well, yes.
Yep. All right, so, whoops. All right, so I'll just read them as I calculate them. So I'll go in parcel number order with what's on your agenda. So then the corrected value or adjusted value on item 3A would be land, $240,000, improvements, $1,065,900 for a total value of $1,305,900.
You can just give us a total.
Okay, just the total?
Just a total and provide the clerk the breakdown between land and improvements.
Okay.
That's total per parcel.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay.
Okay. So then, next one, item 3B, parcel ending in 0912-8 is $1,082,500. Same total for the next item 3C, total value of $1,082,500. Total on 3D, parcel ending in 0934-2 is $1,305,900. I've got 2614 Country Rose. All right, next item 3E, parcel ending in 0945-9, $2,384,100.
Say that again, please.
$2,384,100.
Thank you.
Was that 2602?
Yep. All right, item 3F, parcel ending in 0956-6, total value $1,288,700.
What address?
Good question.
2605. 2605, okay. Thank you.
Item 3G, parcel ending in 0967-3, $1,082,500. One more, folks. We're almost there. There you go. All right, last one, item 3H, total value $1,305,900.
That's parcel number 0978.
Yep, 0978 is the parcel number.
And the address on that is 200 to 204 Deer Valley.
Thank you for those calculations. And as a follow-up, please give the breakdown to the clerk for land and improvements so that they can be properly entered in the assessment roll.
Will do.
Mr. Chair, how long would it take for him to do a property tax run? How much property taxes would be?
It's not our call today. We need to get the value finalized so it's in the roll. There will be an adjustment to the taxes, but we can't project what that's going to be today.
Got it.
So, for the record, parcel 0709-354-900901-1, adjustment of the assessment, total value $1,305,900. Second parcel listed, 0709-354-0912-8, $1,082,500. Parcel C is listed on our agenda, 092354-0923-5, 1,082,500. Parcel 0709-354-0934-2, 1,305,900. Parcel 709-354-0945-9, 2,384,100. Parcel 0709-354-0956-6, 1,288,700. Parcel 0709-354-0967-3, 1,082,500. And lastly, parcel 0709-354-0978-0, 1,305,900. With those values now, I call for a vote. All those in favor of adjusting the values as indicated, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Let the record note, the motion carried unanimously. And I just want to state in the record, this was a challenge to bring properties into a community that have had two different type of assessment programs. As we look at it, I want the property owner to recognize that you've taken a big step forward. And our assessment staff is doing the best they can to make sure that there's a smooth transition. And in '24, you'll see that they're going to keep working to keep it up to date so that you won't see this lag in the assessments where you have huge changes. I'd certainly encourage you and your neighbors to be in touch with the assessor's office to make sure that what you're seeing and what they're doing correlate, so that you're on the same page.
Makes sense.
Not that we don't like seeing you at the board review, but if you can work this out and make sure that you know what they're doing, and like you said, in this case, you agree to disagree. That's why we're here. I think we're headed in the right direction. Hopefully, this gives you some opportunity to catch up in the market rents and to what your increased expenses are going to be because of this. But I guarantee you that as I've looked at the income-producing properties and what's happening with them, it's gone crazy. So thank you very much for your presentation this morning, especially the written portion, gave us a good basis of comparison. So thank you for bringing that in.
And I thank you too. Great meeting. I think you ran a beautiful meeting, and thank you all very much for your consideration and your advice to work with Chris in the future. So, Chris?
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sure.
And Mick, can I just add, I'll be sending you the notice of Board of Review determination forms via certified mail so that I can have a signature on file that you receive those once I get the updated land and improvement numbers to plug into those forms. And also on those forms, there is appeal information at the bottom of that form if for some reason, and Mike can certainly elaborate on that if for some reason you don't feel that the board's determination is adequate. Okay?
There won't be an issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for keeping us on track. All those minor details.
This is why at home I have to use the entire kitchen table. I can't use my desk anymore.
Good job, Mr. Chair. That was not an easy one.
You didn't get all those apples, but at least you got a few off the tree.
I think he knows that moving forward, though, it's going to get tight.
From what I've seen, if they had been on the market, they could have probably brought 100 to 125,000 apiece. So I'm not saying the assessor's wrong, just trying to find the landing that step.
That step. Craig, are we waiting for Chris? Yes. Okay.
And we are still in session. We're still on record, so.
Madam Clerk, could I ask you a quick question? If I have to step away for some brief moments at 11:30, is it correct assumption we'll still have quorum to continue?
We will have 5 voting members at that time, so we'll still have a quorum.
Thank you very much.
We'll get started here in about 2 minutes. Okay, we will continue our session here. I will be taking over as vice chair. The chair is abstaining from this action here. So again, I'd ask everyone to silence your cell phones. I'm confirming that, Mr. Kohlenberg, you are either the owner or an authorized agent for the objected property, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Madam Clerk, could you swear in those present to give their testimony?
Thank you, Vice Chair. You could raise your right hand and repeat after me. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
I do.
And could you please state your name for the record, please?
Yep.
Gary Kohlenberg.
Chris Leeds, City Assessor.
Craig Olson, Deputy Assessor.
Thank you. Today, we are hearing an objection to property, address is the address is, where do I see that on here? I see that Regent Street, the Tawny apartment homes located at, I'll just read the PIN number. The PIN number is, I'm trying to find it on the form here.
Would you like me to read it into
Yes,
the record
please,
for
go
you?
ahead.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, got it. Yep. Go ahead.
The next objection is for parcel number 225-0609, 0615551-1. Property address is PRT Lot 3, CSM 2048, CS8 224-226, and PRT Lot. That's all that's showing up on the objection form as far as an address.
Thank you. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome the presumption, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. The standards are: the best evidence of value is a recent arm's length transaction, an arm's length sale of subject property. Next, the sale of reasonably comparable property. then all other approaches to value, income approach, income-producing properties, and the cost approach on special purpose and unique properties where there's not an active market. At this time, please share any exhibits, Mr. Objector, that you'll be reading into the record. We have 2 exhibits?
Correct.
Okay. Let the clerk hand those up.
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
For the record, we'll include the certified survey map as Exhibit 1. Exhibit 1, the certified survey map, and Exhibit 2 will be the computer printout of the map of the area, Exhibit 2. Madam Clerk, you have that? Excellent. Okay. All right. There's no appraisal of the property, or no appraiser here today, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, at this time, we will allow Mr. Kohlenberg, as a representative of the property, give you ample time to present your case, and then we'll turn it over to the assessing department.
Thank you. I have some questions. So I present, then the board asks me questions with the assessor, then the assessor presents, and I ask questions, and the board asks questions, and then I have a closing argument, and then the assessor has a closing argument. Is that correct?
I think that's a fair format.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
I'd like to start out by reading a sentence from the assessor's manual. Page 21, section 18. I'm sorry, chapter 21, page 18 of the manual. If the property owner requests the Board of Review to hear testimony from certain witnesses, the Board of Review shall compel those witnesses to attend the hearing. I'd like to call my first witness.
Okay.
Mike Couillard. I'd like to have the witness sworn in.
I think that's, okay, yes. Sure.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Michael Couillard, 5220 Wild Heather Drive, Fitchburg, Wisconsin.
Thank you.
Mr. Couillard, during 2023 tax year, have you had any communication, either written or oral, with any Board of Review member, the assessor, the assessor's attorney, or the city attorney regarding myself, Tom Ripple, Tahi Apartment Homes, the subject property?
There's multiple people on there. The only person I've talked with about assessments in the city of Fitchburg is the city attorney.
And can you tell me, did you have both written and oral communication, or just oral?
Just oral.
And was it regarding myself, Mr. Ripple, Tahi Apartment Homes, the subject property, or multiple?
It was about board review actions in general. Nothing specifically about any property you or your clients were involved with.
Thank you. No further questions. So I'd like to move forward with the appeal. The definition of market value is the most probable price paid by a willing buyer to a willing seller in an arm's length transaction. Chapter 9, page 8 of the Wisconsin Assessor's Manual. According to the Appraisal Institute, the highest and best use of a property is defined as, quote, the reasonably probable and legal use of vacant land or an improved property that is physically possible, appropriately supported, and financially feasible, and that results in the highest value. That's what this whole issue is about, highest and best value. Chapter 13, page 9, shape. The shape of the site is directly related to its adaptability for its highest and best use. I'd like you to look at the handout.
Maybe Exhibit 2.
And on there, you will see a blue line with 4 segments on it. That line goes through the property, so it's this trapezoid with a little corner chopped out, and then there's another apartment building in there outlined in a greenish yellow. It's labeled 602. The subject property is 2411, and that blue line has a couple of red dots on it. Does everybody see the outline of this? I'm going to try and outline it for you. Just a moment. So this is what you should be looking at. Does everybody see that on the handout? Okay. So that's the shape. So when you look at this shape, you have a blue line going through it with a couple of fire hydrants. Those are the red dots. That's the water line. The water line is an easement. It's buried under the property. The water line is owned by the city utility. Then you see a light green line that cuts through the property again, and it would be below the number 2411. That's a sewer line. And you can see it cuts through the property, and then it goes on to essentially service property 2411 to the right, and it follows the water line down by 2467. So you have 2 utilities on this property. One is the water line owned by the city, one is the city sewer. So when you look at what the manual reads, the shape of a site is directly related to its adaptability for its highest and best use. So you have these 2 lines that you can't build on top of: a water line and a sewer line. Let's make it a little bit worse. There is a 10-foot setback on either side of the water line and the sewer line. So now that water line really starts to dig into the property on both sides, as well as the sewer line. That's the shape of the property that we're dealing with. It's cut into pieces by water lines and sewer lines. When we take into account the restrictive easements of these two lines, the shape becomes even more convoluted, and when you take the 10-foot setbacks, it's a Frankenstein. This is a weird-shaped piece of property cut into pieces. Under Chapter 9, Real Property Valuation, they talk about the bundle of rights. Every property owner has a bundle of rights. They just don't have all of them. The bundle of rights include the right to sell an interest, the right to lease an interest and to occupy the property, the right to mortgage an interest, the right to give away an interest, the right to do all of these, and the right to do none of these. Those are your bundle of rights when you own a piece of property. Fee simple. However, the bundle of rights is subject to certain governmental limitations. Taxation, we all know what that is. Escheat, when the owner dies without an heir. Eminent domain, when the government takes your property for public use. Police power, this one's the important one. The right to regulate and use the use of the property for the public welfare, including water and sewer easements. Chapter 9, page 1, Wisconsin Assessor's Manual. The water and sewer easements are also considered encumbrances, which affect the owner's bundle of rights. He can't build within 10 feet of these utilities. My client cannot compel the city to move the water line. He can ask them, but they're not required to. He has no authority to do that, and the city is under no obligation to do that. For construction to begin on an apartment building, the water line must move. The sewer is an easement with a private owner. It is not the city. It is his neighbor. My client cannot compel his neighbor to move the sewer line. And the neighbor has no reason to cooperate. So whether or not these lines can be moved remains unanswered. The one thing we know is my client has no authority. I contacted Dina Schmidt on June 20th, and I asked her about the zoning and some other questions about the property, and she responded in email. The question was essentially what can be developed on this property. Her answer, I believe. So that's a really important first two words. It was not conclusive. It was, I believe. So the city planner cannot conclusively say what can be developed on the property. I'll continue. I believe that the zoning would allow 16 to 32 multifamily units, but it could be challenging because of private restrictions, some of which appear to be held by Willow Run condominiums, and the location of utilities on site. Then she advised me, please consult a land use attorney to understand the scope of the restrictions. This is not information the city maintains. She doesn't know what we can put there. Maybe 16, maybe 32 units, nothing conclusive. I'll circle back to that. Then I contacted Tim Volker from the city utilities. Please confirm there is only a single water line going through the property and no other utilities exist on the property. Response. There is a water main and a sanitary sewer that is located on the property. Please note the sanitary sewer is private and not owned by the city of Fitchburg. You need to contact other utilities, MG&E, AT&T, Comcast, etc., to confirm whether their utilities exist on your property. What is the setback of the water line? And Tim responded, a 10-foot setback is required for each side of the water main, hydrants, and service valves. If any other utilities exist, what is the associated setback? Response. A 10-foot setback is required on each side of the private sanitary sewer. So, just a moment. I want you to just take a look at that picture and ask yourself, during the development of this property, why would somebody take a 2¼ acre parcel and put a sewer line through it and a water line through it? Well, I think that the sewer line and the water line were feeding the properties to the left of this image. And if they wanted to, they could have run it along the property line. But they could save money by going on an angle. But are they really saving money by going on an angle and putting this water line and sewer line in here if they know that they can't develop the property because there's a pipe underground and they can't build on it? So I thought about this for quite a while. This is a real estate developer. They paid for the land. They have the right to put up maybe 16, maybe 32 units. But their decision is to run sewer and water right through the middle of their property, making it essentially unusable. So I asked the city for the developer's agreement. The developer's agreement will answer everything. The answer was either we can't find it or we don't have it. So it just leaves logic. Why would a property owner destroy the ability to develop on his property? And the only thing that makes sense to me is that there were restrictions. So I dug a little deeper. Take a look at the certified survey map that I handed out. The certified survey map, there's a circle around some language right above number 3. That's lot 3. Certified survey map, this was drafted about the time the development was occurring. No more than half the permitted dwelling units on Lot 3 shall have access to Tawhee Drive. So no matter what you can develop, you're not going to be able to get out to the road for 50% of the problem, or 50% of the development. So this lot number 3, only half can be developed. It's been fully developed. They can't develop on lot number 3. You just can't. It's restricted. So let's talk about cutting things in half. So when I contacted the assessor and I said, we can't develop the property, he said, well, I took the total number of units that you can develop, and I've got his email here. Just a moment. I'll read the email in its entirety. June 9th, from City Assessor Chris Lights. Hi, Gary. I did review the vacant parcel and elected not to make a change. The request was to reduce the assessment. Obviously, this is a complex parcel with a lot of history to it. I reviewed our notes and spoke with our planning department, and given all factors, feel the valuation is fair. There is no specific density requirement or limitation on the property, and based on the size, could fit roughly 32 units on the parcel should it get developed. We are currently valuing the land at approximately 47% of what it would be if it were built out. I feel that reflects the hurdles it would take to get developed. I will be out of the office for the remainder of the day and return Monday. Feel free to reach out. So let's take a look at what he's really saying here. He said, could fit roughly 32 units on it. So the city assessor the city planner doesn't know how many units can go on here because she said, I believe 16 to 32. Now I can tell you this. The city planner knows how many units can go on there unless it's kind of messy. So when she says 16 or 32, that is a huge spread. It's a lot of money because that determines the value of the property, how many units you can put on it. So the city assessor said you can fit 32 on it, but according to the city planner, it's not clear what's permitted, 16 or 32. And then he said that he's valuing the land at approximately 47% of what it is worth if it were built out. But there's a problem. Just a moment. So you got to understand where this parcel came from. This property was purchased over 20 years ago. There was no separate parcel. In 2022, the city assessor, Amy Mercer, decided she's going to make a new tax ID. Didn't contact the property owner. She just made a new tax ID, and essentially what she did, she took her pen, she drew a line on a piece of paper and said it's now worth $250,000. Okay? Sorry, $223,000. That's $157,000 an acre, about. The property that it was taken from is right next door. It's all adjacent. All she did was draw a line on a piece of paper. She assessed that property at $177,000. So the subject property is $157,000. The property she stripped it from was $177,000. The difference between the two is 12%, not 47%, it's 12%. So what the assessor wants you to believe is that the value of a piece of property with a water line and a sewer line running through it is worth 12% less than the property adjacent to it. And he's got to use that property because uniformity clause. He can't go searching out someplace else. This is the exact same property that was part of the larger parcel. So then I thought, okay, well, we'll just move the water line. We'll go to the city, and even though we can't, we'll compel the city to move the water line. And we're going to go to our next door neighbor and compel the neighbor to move the sewer line, even though we have no authority. We'll just pay for it. Now remember, the property is assessed at $223,000. So I contacted Crew Car Plumbing, master plumber, license 223649. Mr. Krukar has been a master plumber for 40 years, and he does site work. This is considered site work. He's the guy that goes out there with the big machines and digs the trenches to lay pipe. He's been doing that for 25 years. And I asked him, based on the drawing that I gave you, and I showed him this water line and the sewer line, I said, how much would it cost to move this? He says, well, Gary, it depends. First thing we got to do is get a soil survey. We got to find out, is it rock? Is it clay? Is there high water? And then he asked, what about the fire protection? I said, well, what do you mean? He says, well, you can't just move the lines. The first thing you have to do is put down the new line and then shut off the old line. But in order to shut off the old line and its water service, fire service, fire protection, you have to transition everybody out of the building. You have to vacate the building because you can't have people in a building if you're going to turn off fire protection. He said the other thing we could do is we could just dig everything up, put a sleeve on this other pipe, but that would be more money than moving it. I asked him, I said, the property is valued at $223,800. What would it cost to move it? He says, don't do it. I said, what do you mean? He said, it costs more to move the water line and the sewer line than the property is assessed at. So let's go back to the part where the assessor said that it's 32 units that can go on the property. Now remember, the city planner doesn't know. I believe 16 to 32. We're going to run with 32. So the city assessor said that he chopped the value in half, 47%. So that would be like, instead of putting 32 units on, you can only put 16 units on, which is where it's at right now. It's valued at $223,000. This is before you pay to move the water line and the sewer line. After you move the water line and the sewer line, which the master plumber told me costs north of $300,000, the value of the property is worthless. He said, it would make a nice parking lot. I said, well, I don't know. I said, I don't think you can put asphalt over a private easement, the water line. I don't think you can do that without express consent, because that's not necessarily what the easement calls for. So my opinion is that this property should be valued what it was valued at in prior years. So let's see what really happened. So Amy was the city assessor for 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and in 2022, she decided to draw a line on a piece of paper and assign a value of $223,800 to this property. All those years that she was the city assessor, she was violating state law, because state law says every property that can be assessed must be assessed. So I look at this as a necessary evil. When the property developer came to the city and wanted to develop the property, the city said, here are your restrictions. And that's why this property was never developed, because if you're building apartments and you have an acre and a half that you can develop more apartments on, and you either develop them or you don't develop them, or you can put water main and sewer mains through there or not, if any developer could preserve 1.42 acres to build an additional 32 units, nobody in their right mind, a developer, would walk away from that opportunity.
Gary, we're going to give you about 3-4 more minutes. We're getting close to half an hour here, and you had said you needed 20 minutes when
Sure.
you fill out the form, so I'm being generous here. So
I understand. So I asked my property owner, who's been a property owner of apartments for over 50 years and spent, what do you do? He built 50 units in downtown Madison last year. He is not just a property owner, he's a developer. I asked him, why don't you develop the property? And his answer is, it is economically unfeasible, which is one of the rules in valuing property in the assessor's manual. It must be economically feasible. The assessor wants my client to spend $300,000 on a property that the assessor says is worth $200,000. It makes no sense. I'll entertain any questions.
Okay, any thoughts, questions from the panel? Rich? Oh, it's
Both sides.
just the process we laid out with Mr. Kohlenberg. Any questions for the taxpayer's representative based on his testimony so far?
Yeah, I do. The survey is dated 76. The city was incorporated in 83. When we're talking about Lot 3, correct, which has the lines going through it, I actually walk my dog down there every night. I'll pay more attention now, but when were those buildings built there that are there now, in down around Tahi and Big Bow?
I'm not sure.
Okay, thanks.
I can answer that. They were built in 1991.
My question for the taxpayer's representative, any sales of the property recent or anything?
So as far as comparable sales,
Yes.
I looked really hard to find any piece of vacant land that you can build apartments on that have a water main and a sewer main running through the property.
Sure.
I couldn't find any. And to be comparable, this is what's hindering the value. So I couldn't find any properties that have water mains and sewer mains running through the middle of them.
So you have as a value on the form, your opinion of assessed value, the city has it $223,800. Your opinion is $100.
Correct.
Where do you come up with 100, not 101, not 99? I mean, I'm just curious, how do you come up with $100?
It should be zero. I had to put down something, and the assessor's manual says you have to round to the nearest 100. I think it's worth something, so it's got to be worth more than $1, but it's not worth more than 100. I rounded up.
Okay. So in your professional judgment, you think this property is generously assessed at $100?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions for the taxpayers?
Do you have evidence of the master plumber's, I guess, quote for potentially moving those utilities?
So I spoke to him, and I'm under oath, and I spoke to him, and this is exactly what he told me. I have my notes. I'm under oath. I don't know what to tell you. He did not prepare a quote. He took one look at the site, and he said, run away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a bad deal. He said it would cost more to move the utilities. He says, how much is the property selling for? He thought it was for sale. I said it's assessed at $250,000. He said, don't do it. I said, I'm not buying it. He just couldn't distinguish between fighting an assessment and buying the property.
Okay.
I'm going to ask the assessor when he does this, but I want to ask you, Gary, in the front end here. You talked about Chris's predecessor and how she had looked at this in 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21, and 2022 she came up. Was there any communication in 22 about this change with your client or not? Or
So it is not my testimony that she looked at it in all those years. What I'm saying is she violated state assessment rules by not valuing it. That's for all those years. And when I asked my client both yesterday and this morning, did the assessor ever notify you of creating a new parcel, a new tax ID? He said, the only notice I got was when I received a notice saying, here's your new assessment.
what is the date of the email from the city planner to you that starts out with the words, I believe?
Just a moment. June 20th, 2023 at 8:01 a.m.
Okay. And Board of Review had started during that time frame, correct? Or, I mean, what do you call it, open book? Okay, all right, so that was in the open book time frame.
Open book was May 31st through, I think, June 7th, so we'd close it at that point, sorry.
Okay, and then your email, Chris's email to you was on June 8th or 9th, you said.
So I contacted Chris during open book, and one of the things he wrote in his email, just a moment. So I wrote Chris on June 9th. I'm following up on the discussion we had last week regarding the vacant parcel in Tahi. Have you had a chance to review it? So I must have contacted him sometime in the prior week.
Okay. Eldon or Carol, any questions for the taxpayers representative? None? Anybody else? Thank you, Mr. Kohlenberg. Chris, we'll turn it over to you and Craig.
Sure. Let's see here. I had some questions, but I think a few of you had asked them already. A few points of clarification, I guess, before I get going. There was comment that Amy was the city assessor 2016, 2017, so on and so forth. She became the city assessor in 2019, I believe. So the assessment history on this parcel, if I look directly in our system here, there's a zero value on it for quite some time, up until 2020, which would have coincided with when Amy became the city assessor. Prior to that, this parcel existed. It was assessed with the adjacent parcel, which the apartment homes are on. So Amy did not create a new parcel altogether. The assessor, we don't draw parcel lines. We react to CSMs that are recorded by property owners. We commonly assess parcels together, and in this case, in 2020, for the 2020 roll, Amy elected to not assess them together. Not uncommon. There's no specific requirement that dictates that the parcel or the property owner be notified that parcels are no longer being assessed together. And that's from, I asked our legal counsel, Amy Seibel, and she said, no, there's no legal requirement that you notify parcels that their assessments are now going to be separate, particularly when those parcels both already exist. The parcel lines are already there. Oh, yes, I've got some evidence here, some packets I'll have Craig hand out. While he's doing that, I think that's, one other thing. So on that certified survey from 1976, it says no more than half the permitted dwelling units on Lot 3 shall have access to Tahi Drive. So caveat to that, if you look at the parcel number, or that easement, or restriction, if you want to call it that, north of that easement is where the current apartments are located on Tahi Drive. So 2411 Tahi Drive, those apartments, so that's already gone. It's already been developed, just as a point of clarification.
So Craig had just passed out Exhibit 3, Assessing Department Exhibit. So floor is yours, Chris. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So I'll take you through that. So thank you. So like I said, Craig's got some information here, and I'll summarize it as best as I can as to how we came up with our valuation of this property. So on the first page is the objector's objection form that was filed with us. The next page is a summary of my qualifications to complete the assessment. Like I said, I'm Chris Leitz. I've been employed with the city now for about 7 months, started in January of 2023. As the city assessor, I have an Assessor 2 certification, which expires on May 31st, 2028, and Assessor 3, which expires on January 31st of 2025. I've been working in the assessment field for over 7 years. I've been here at the city, as I stated, since January 2023. Worked for 6.5 years for the City of Janesville Assessor's Office. I was employed as a Property Appraiser 1 from June 2016 to September 2019, Property Appraiser 2 from September 2019 to February 2021, and most recently as a Deputy City Assessor from February 2021 to January 2023. I was responsible for valuing residential, commercial, agricultural, and personal property. In the appeals process, I was heavily involved in open book, board of review, and post-board of review appeals in circuit court. I have a Bachelor of Arts in Urban Suburban Geography from UW-Whitewater with a certification in GIS and a minor in philosophy. I currently serve on the legislative committee for the Wisconsin Association of Assessing Officers. I've attended a number of Wisconsin Association of Assessing Officers quarterly meetings and classes, several classes presented by the International Association of Assessing Officers, ranging from residential, commercial valuation, assessment administration, statistics, all that kind of stuff. I've attended each annual assessor meeting presented by the Department of Revenue since 2016, and I attended Board of Review training in 2017 and 2021. So Section 2 of that document states that the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value of property, as of January 1st, 2023. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. State Statute 7032 outlines that property shall be valued in accordance with Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and at the full value, which could be ordinarily be obtained, therefore, at private sale, when such sales conform to the definition of recent arm's length sales. Part B contains the definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy if it is used in determining market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions, that the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there is a notable difference between the two. And finally, because this is a maintenance assessment role, the assessment level of assessment is approximately 81%. On the next page, you'll find a location map illustrating the subject property's location. Similar to what the objector had submitted, this map, you'll note that there's a city water pipe running through the property as well as sanitary sewer line through part of the property as well. Following the map, I've included an email from City Assistant Director of Public Works, Tracy Foss, with an estimate to relocate these utilities to build out on site. Her estimate was $125,000. Following the email is a map of a potential relocation route for those utilities. The next few pages are the property record card that contains specific data on the property of the land. To note some more significant data, the first page, or the page shows that the property is a vacant lot. Considering the R-HA zoning and proximity to nearby higher density housing, the highest and best use of this property would be developed into multifamily apartments. As such, it is located in our 16 to 35 unit apartment neighborhood on the city's northwest side. The second page would show any building permit history or sales history, but in this case there are none. The next page is the market valuation detail, which summarizes the land value calculation. Our land rates are derived from an analysis of arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties. Following the market valuation detail are a few pages of emails between former city assessor Amy Mercer and city planning staff. While there are no city zoning or land division restrictions on the property, city enforceable restrictions, planning staff have indicated that There's an amendment to the original Willow Run condominium plat, which the condos are just south of this parcel here. It technically limits the number of units built out north of that condo association, even though that restriction has already been surpassed with the current Tahi apartment building. Per city planner and zoning administrator Deanna Schmidt, it is possible to develop, but will take some work. As you can see, this parcel has its hurdles to development. I'm not, denying that. Our land rate for 16 to 35 unit multifamily properties is set at $15,000 per buildable unit. Per planning and zoning, this site would accommodate between 16 to 32 units, assuming the utilities are moved, so you take the potential of 32 units multiplied by $15,000 equates to a potential value of $480,000. Our current.
How many units times 15,000?
32. So our current assessed value of $223,800 is adjusting the value down by more than 50% to account for moving the utilities and potential real estate attorney fees to get the Willow Run condominium restriction cleared up. So in my discussion with Deanna, that's the big thing out there that planning would require. Obviously, the utilities need to be moved, and then that Willow Run condo needs to, they would have to get that restriction amended off of their condo.
But that's out of the city's hands.
That's out of the city's hands, and understandably, there would be costs with that, no doubt. Let's see here. Based on the case law, the Markarian hierarchy states that a recent sale of this subject property is the best indicator of value. Obviously, there's no sale of this one. Consistent with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, we prepared a mass appraisal assessment using a market-modified cost approach, which is supported and validated using recent arm's-length sales of reasonably comparable properties, adjusted for the differences between them and the subject property. Taking all these factors into consideration, like I said, I don't doubt that there's hurdles to development here. They're real, they exist. Based on what I have heard from planning and what I have heard from our engineering department, if you figure there's $125,000 to relocate the utilities, that leaves another $140, I don't know the math off the top of my head, $1,000 to potentially pay an attorney to clean up the amendment. Now, I don't know if Willow Run condominiums would have any sort of gripe with this being built. The restriction that's already on there has been surpassed. As it was stated, this was recorded in I think the amendment was recorded in 1981, so before the city was incorporated. So the apartments themselves have been built, so I don't know that they would have any huge gripe about it, but it could happen. It would cost legal fees to get it done. But to that end, I think the assessed value that we have set at $223,800 is fair and equitable. It's a fair, equitable value as of January 1st, 2023, given all the factors that we have at our disposal. So, available for any questions. Thank you all.
Let the panel take a first round through, Gary, and then we'll let you ask. I guess I want to go back to, I totally agree with you. I'm glad you clarified the record. Amy Mercer was not here in 16, 17, and 18, 19. Go back to that. What triggered this look at the 238 or whatever the taxpayers' representative has been saying? What triggered that internally? Was there some inquiry about developing or any thoughts on that? I know you guys are all doing great, but you're still kind of the new guys here, so I feel for you trying to go back and get the history on some stuff.
So if I look back at our notes, it looks like there was an inquiry as to potential development back in 2018, maybe. At the time, there was a note, and there's no name on it, so I can't say. But it appears as a conversation with a former city planner, minimum dwelling per acre would now be 9. Likely this could be utilized for additional units based on CSM. So it's tough to say. I think there's been ongoing discussion with it since it was developed, or since it was started being assessed. I'm not sure what triggered it in 2019. My guess is that it's something that Amy noticed on her own
Okay.
accord.
Just proactively saw something sitting.
I think so. I'm guessing, I mean, because it had a 0 value prior to that, which my assumption is that it was lumped in with the adjacent parcel, or it just wasn't valued. In any event, my guess would be, and I've done this historically, is reviewed parcels that have a 0 value. And I'm guessing that's what she did. And that's what caused it.
Yeah, because I'm just looking back at the email, September 16th, 2022, to Deanna Schmidt from Amy Mercer. This is obviously one of her last emails because she moved on shortly after. Craig, not to put you on the spot here, but it said today Craig received an email stating that he was told he couldn't build on it. You know, was that from Mr. Ripple, or do you remember that email conversation at all, Craig?
Yes, sir. We had numerous conversations with Mr. Ripple. In fact, probably discussed over 50 properties with him. He did indicate that he didn't think that it was buildable. I grew up in the immediate area.
Okay.
And I questioned it, but the city assessor took the lead on that. That's all I've got to add.
What question for either one of you? It's 228,300 now, or whatever the number is. What was it up prior to Amy looking at it?
Prior to Amy looking at it, this specific parcel had a 0 value. So so I can't say for sure. I can look back at the other parcel. So it jumped in from 2017 to 2018. Now this is the kind of larger parcel that it was assessed with. Let's see, 2017 405, and this is just for the land. 2017 405, 2018 440, 2019 475, 2020
$475.
$475,000. So this is for the adjacent part. So my assumption is that maybe it was just lumped in, because that'll happen occasionally. Instead of assessing them together, if the parcels are contiguous, they may just add the value in. I don't know that that's what happened, but that's my best guess as to what was going on.
This is a simpleton going to ask this question here. So Gary's done it. He's laid out, I believe it could be 16 or 32 according to our city planner. He has stated that you have said 32 is the number you started with. But back this up a little bit. How did you get to the 47%?
So that was what Amy had on the value. I didn't look at this parcel.
What that number means. 47% of what?
So, okay, I see what you're saying. So in our land valuation is calculated, that's the wrong parcel. Hang on.
I'm sorry.
So normally we would have this in, it's in a specific neighborhood, and then multifamily gets valued on the potential buildable units on the property. In this case, since there's no units, and it's obviously a unique parcel, we valued it just on a per acre basis. It would appear, let me get that calculation for you. About, $150,000 an acre, which is lower, and you can speak to this more than I can maybe, since I'm new to some of the land rates, but that's lower than most land rates throughout the city, commercial land rates. There's nothing in there. Yeah, so go ahead.
To put that in perspective, $150,000 an acre. Our highest tax class, we call it major strip. That's the frontage on Fish Hatchery, frontage on the Beltline, and so forth. Those are primary spots. Those are valued at $700,000 an acre.
McKee Road, like PD and stuff, that'd be another.
Yes, sir. That might be secondary strip, actually, McKee Road, largely correlated to traffic counts.
Okay.
So we don't have anything as low as $150,000 an acre, with the exception of maybe some residential single-family properties, but commercially we don't have anything that low.
Okay, so Chris, back to you a second. So you're looking at per acre, 150,000. Craig, I appreciate the further explanation, because you're right, the major strip stuff. But did you go in, Mr. Kohlenberg said you started out with a number of 32 for developable. You believe that with all the condo concerns and all the water stuff, that's where they could start out at 32.
Based on the information at hand and based on what we typically do, yeah. I mean, if Deanna says it can be, you can have between 16 and 32 units there, that would be allowed
You
per the
made the
zoning.
professional call based on what you said to go to 32.
Yep,
not
and
16.
from our purposes, we, if it's potential, you can build, say you have a site you have the potential to build X amount of units on there. As a property owner and a developer, it's in your best interest to develop it to the highest degree that you can, in this case, 32 units. So given the information that was provided by Tracy at $125,000 to shore up the utilities and then leaving the remainder for legal fees, I assume that, I believe that our value is reasonable.
Any comparable out there that would have somewhat similar land restrictions?
I looked, and same, I couldn't find much. This is a unique site too, in that it's, because when out further on the edge of the city, you might find greenfield sites, that are close to ready to develop, but they might have similar stuff. They might not have infrastructure, whatever else. But those are different. This is a spot location, as you probably know, older part of town. It's unique, so.
Deputy Public Works Director said 125,000. She number based on her past experience, or she had some sort of estimate to kind of?
She said, yeah, I mean, she's been in Tracy, you would know more than I would. Tracy's been here for a long time.
Yep.
And she estimated $2, let me look at the email, hang on, it's in the packet somewhere. I think $2 per linear foot
Yeah, I
or
saw
something
that.
like that. So I defer to the professional I have at my disposal, and I felt, and she doesn't have any dog in this fight necessarily. I just said, hey, here's how much would it cost, an estimate, to move this stuff, and that's what she's told me. So
I don't
that's
have to answer this question, but this is just me thinking out loud here. What would it cost if the city were to buy it for a park?
I don't know. That's a good question. I would be curious if they would sell it for $100, but.
Right. Okay, Rich, Andy, Eldon, do you need Nicole? I know you just walked back in. Anything to get caught up on? Any questions at all? Carol, any thoughts? Go ahead, Carol.
I have a question as to whether your 32 units takes into account that no more than half of the permitted dwelling units can have access to Tahi. And I don't know what the streets plan was back in that day, but Tahi appears to be the only street that this lot would have any access to begin with.
Sure. So that's included kind of in that legal procedure to hire, because you'd have to amend this whole certified survey. The caveat with that is that that's already been that was violated when the apartments got built anyway. So north of this vacant lot is, I think, let me check the number of units. 27 units to the north of this, and they all have access to Tahi. So that, my guess is that this is, this certified survey that was recorded in 1976 was not considered and it was disregarded. Not to say that it doesn't have any weight, and that's what planning is here for, that she said, we would require the release of some of this stuff to get it built. And I would assume, I can't say for sure, I'm not an attorney, but I don't know that it would cost close to $140,000 to get that shored up, but could be wrong.
How long has the taxpayer owned it, do you know?
I would guess I think he developed it.
So township days, 76?
Probably. I can look, but he's going to be the only owner we have on this. I'm pretty
Just
sure.
curious, I mean, this isn't your world, but maybe it impacts kind of some of the questions we've had. In the 91 condos that were close to there, built in 91, is that when the water lines went across this property, and was there any communication with the landowner then, or?
I'm not sure of that. That would be a question probably for the third floor more than us.
That being the planning department, right?
Right.
Okay.
Planning and engineering too, for that matter.
Okay. Any questions? We're going to let the taxpayer representative ask a few questions. Gary, stay within bounds here, of course, to the assessing department. Is that okay? We'll come back to that. Go ahead. Gary, if you have any questions for the assessor, go ahead.
I do. You said that you're not familiar with any property that assesses at $157,000 an acre for multifamily?
Well, 150,000, but yeah.
2411 Tahi, 2.277 acres, assessed at $405,000. That works out to $177,000. It is immediately adjacent to the property that we are discussing. Can you confirm that's assessed at $177,000 an acre?
The address, please. What was the address you asked about?
2411 Tahi.
Thank you.
It's the 27-unit apartment building immediately next door.
Yep, give me just a second here.
Correct.
So it is valued there. As a side note, this one, since it's developed, is valued per acre, or sorry, per unit on the property, which is $15,000 per unit.
I'm not clear what you're saying. My question is, what's the assessed value per acre for 2411?
The assessed value per acre is that 177, I think it's 177.
177. And immediately next door, for the same type of usable property, you're assessing it at $157,000. That's 88%. Where did the 47% come from? And how do you take into account if there's only 12% difference per acre in land values? How do you take into account the cost of moving utilities and legal?
So it's, for clarification, it's $150,000 we've got it at an acre currently. The 47% figure comes from, they're valued in the same neighborhood, different measures. So the value shakes out to, on the parcel to the north of 177.8, I think it was. But it's valued based on the units that are built out on it. So in this case, there's 27 units. Multiply that by what our rate is of $15,000 per unit. That gets us to 405, which is that land value. This property in question is valued just on a per acre basis because there's some, it's murky with what is, what it is, what it could be built out as, so on and so forth. So if this were to get built out on, assuming the utilities got moved and the real estate stuff got cleared up, we would value it similarly at $15,000 per unit, multiplied by a potential of 32, which would get to 480. If we take 223.8 divided by 480, that's 48%, 49%, so about half. Yeah. So that was the methodology there.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, and so I'm still a little confused. So what you're saying is this property, with all its faults, is assessed at 12% less than the adjacent property, and they are both multifamily apartment. That's exactly what you just said. It's 12% less than the adjacent parcel. And so my question is,
Sure.
If that's the case, I just question how that ties in with uniformity, knowing that this property can't be developed unless you start spending money on legal fees and on moving pipe.
So hang on a second here. Let me do a little value calculation. So 3.49. So from a valuation perspective, if this were built out on, that, value per acre or assessed value per acre would go up to $321,715. Because it's a smaller parcel, but and same with the parcel to the north, should they have built more units, it would have been valued at a higher per acre rate.
All right. How many units?
Couple more minutes here, Gary.
Well, I understand. I waited 2 hours to speak. I like to do my cross-exam.
How the process works. Keep going.
I know. I'm just saying that I've asked one question. I'm being told to rush it along.
No,
How many units can be built on the property?
According to Deanna, the zoning would allow for 16 to 32, depending assuming the condo association were to let go of their restrictions on it.
Okay, with the property exactly the way it is, with the utilities in there, how many units can be built on the property right now?
I didn't ask that to Deanna. I said, what's the potential of this property? Because that's what we go off of.
Did you take into account, when you said 32 units, the shape of the property?
I did, conferred with Deanna as well. And when she says that there's 16 to 32 units, she's kind of the professional on that stuff. I defer to her usually.
So that's that's based on a per acre. But when you have a weird shape, did you take the shape into account when you were establishing the units per acre for assessing?
We did, yeah.
Okay. And did you take into account the side yard setbacks, knowing that there are multiple angles on this weird shape?
We did.
And did you take into account the front yard setback?
We did.
And did you take into account the rear yard setback?
We did.
And did you take into account the setback between buildings?
We did.
And did you take into account the parking?
We did.
And did you take into account the utility easement setbacks?
We did.
You did.
We did. I'd be curious which utility easement setback we're referring to here.
Well, we have two of them. Let's start with the water setback. So there's a pipe going through the middle of the property for water. In addition to that, you have to set back 10 feet on each side. So I'm curious how a property with no pipe in it can accommodate 32 units, and a property with a pipe going through the middle of it with setbacks of 10 feet on each side can accommodate the exact same number of units. So you said that you took that into account. That's fine. So when we look at the stormwater management, did you take that into account? Because you have to put stormwater management onto this property.
We took into consideration what planning informed us was able to be built out on this site. Deanna said between 16 and 32. I assume that she knows what she's talking about. Tracy said it would cost X amount, and she provided a nice detailed map of where you could run the utilities. So I defer to the two experts that I have at my disposal, and that's how we came up with our value, assuming setbacks of all of that good stuff.
Who's going to pay to move the utilities?
The property owner would if they elected to build that on the site.
And how much does it cost to move the water main and the sewer main?
Tracy had suggested $2 per linear foot, or sorry, $200 per linear foot.
And that's for the water main?
For both.
For both?
Mm-hmm.
What is the total of that number?
$125,000 is what she gave me. It's page 9 in the evidence packet that I gave you.
Thank you.
Just a moment, I have a question.
Sure.
125,000 divided by 200, 625 feet. So you're saying that those two utilities have 625 lineal feet?
That's what Tracy had indicated. There's a map kind of detailing that, which is looks like page 11. So there's a dotted blue line on that, which reroutes the water, and then a dotted green line, which would reroute the sanitary sewer.
Where is that?
Page 11.
This one? Yep. It just has the number 11. Oh, I see. So this assumes that we can move the Willow Run condo sewer line, correct?
Correct.
And did you get authorization from the property owner that owns that easement to move that water or that sewer line?
I did not. That's, again, like I stated previously, that's an assumed cost of to make the site buildable.
And what if he says you can't move it?
then it would be built, or it would not be built. They wouldn't be able to build in that specific part. The city controls the water, which is really the big deterrent here. But in any event.
Okay, so you're saying that if Willow Run does not agree to move the sewer line, then we can't build in that area, correct?
Then the allowable units would be less, yeah. I would agree with that.
Okay, so,
Can I ask you a question? Oh, no, it's your.
no, it's my turn to ask questions. Did you consult a land use attorney, as the city planner suggested I did, before you assigned a value?
No, I did not.
You claim it is economically feasible to develop the subject property. Do you have any empirical evidence that is economically feasible? Because the reason is, my client, who owns the property, has nothing in it, has owned it for probably 20 years, just built in Madison. He has experience with this. He says it is economically unfeasible to build on a piece of vacant land that he already owns. And you say that it is economically feasible. Do you have any empirical evidence? In other words, did you do any calculations that you can present today?
I would say that it is economically feasible, given the fact that if you could build out 32 units on here, it would probably make financial sense to do so.
Right, but that wasn't my question. I asked, do you have any empirical evidence, or are you just saying you can?
I believe in this current apartment market, it would make financial sense to.
Right.
But that's my professional opinion based on, the current real estate market.
Right, you still haven't answered it. I'm going to ask it again. Do you have any, no, I'm asking a question that he's not answering. Do you have any empirical evidence?
I would say, I guess not. Do you
Thank
have
you.
any empirical evidence to suggest
My
that
turn
it
to
would not
ask-
be?
It's my turn to
Oh,
ask
okay,
questions.
sure.
We'll get to it. Gary, I did ask the assessing department, are there any comps to have the similar restrictions that this property has? And he said no.
Right,
So,
but
I'm just-
I'll move on. Have you ever developed raw land into an apartment building?
I have not.
Have you ever developed raw land into anything?
Okay, let's,
Is that relevant?
I don't think it is. He's a city assessor, he's not a developer, he's not a realtor, he's not a farmer
understand.
that's looking to, I guess, let's,
I have no further questions.
okay. Chris and the assessment department, do you have questions of the taxpayers representative?
Say again, sorry.
Any questions of Mr. Colbert?
I don't think I have any further questions. Do you have anything?
Craig, anything for you?
Yeah. Go ahead.
This is
Well-
directed towards the taxpayer representative.
Yes, sir. I would contend that this property has value, if not to the current owner, to the adjacent property owner, who would be amenable to moving his sanitary sewer if he could build 16 units on half of it. It certainly doesn't have $100 value.
Is there a question in there for this gentleman here in your statement?
Well, I guess my question is, Mr. Kohlenberg, wouldn't this property have value to the parcel to the south?
I don't think it has any value.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, I'm going to pull it back to us, closing statements. Since you went first, we'll do it. Assessing department can close their argument first, and then we'll get to you to closing arguments. Chris, go ahead.
So, more or less, I understand that this property has hurdles to development. I'm not in any disagreement there. I don't think this property is worth $100. That's my professional and personal opinion. I also don't think it's worth $0. I think the value as presented rectifies, based on what I've been given by my colleagues here at the city, a good estimate of value. $125,000 to relocate utilities. That's a concrete number provided by our Assistant Director of Public Works. Been here for a number of years. She's seen this stuff before. She's very in tune with this kind of stuff. As to the real estate attorney fees, to try and get the Willow Run Condo Association to kind of ease their restriction. I think that $140,000 is a generous estimate as to what it would cost an attorney. And as to the tenants of that, the condo association, my guess is they have no idea that this restriction exists. And that, again, that's my assumption, based on the fact that there's restrictions on there that were recorded in 1976, 1981, and I believe 1982, if I remember correctly when I looked yesterday. And these apartments to the north were developed in 1991. So I think planning wants to do their diligence, and when they see issues like this, they like to clean them up. They can't technically enforce some of these restrictions, but given the interest of clarity and doing things the right way, I think they would. So I know that there's hurdles to development here. I think it's a unique site, but it doesn't make it economically non-feasible. Everybody in here knows the apartment market is one of the most desirable right now. I think that it would be very financially beneficial to relocate these utilities, try and get this fixed up. I'm sure Tom, who has developed a number of apartments, has easier sites than this. Or knows of easier sites than this. I think this is a challenge, and it requires some work. And, I understand why it hasn't been developed, but I think it certainly could, and therefore it has value, certainly more than $100. That's what I got.
Thank you, Chris and Craig. Mr. Kohlenberg, why don't you wrap this up on your end? Closing statement?
I've always enjoyed watching government tell citizens what they should do with their property. It's always been fascinating. My client owns the property free and clear. He's in it for nothing. He is a developer. If he could make money developing this property, he would have years ago. There's no money in it. The quote that you heard, $125,000, was from somebody that did not have to do the work. The quote that I told you today is from somebody that does the work. He has the machines, he has the crew, he has to move 625 lineal feet to a new location. That means he's got to dig up the old, he's got to put down the new. His number is the guy that's actually going to do the work versus the city number who says, it's an estimate. It's a nice round number. It doesn't work like that. If the property could be developed, it would be. I'm going to explain to you exactly what this property is. The manual describes it as surplus land. Land that is not currently needed to support the existing improvement, but cannot be separated from the property and sold off. Surplus land does not have an independent highest and best use and may or may not contribute to the value of the improved parcel. Chapter 12, page 18. The property was developed years ago. If this parcel could have been developed, it would have been. Nobody leaves an acre and a half of undeveloped land when you're a developer and run utilities through the middle of it unless you know something. And that something is we can't build anymore. There are restrictions on the survey map. There are restrictions on the sewer line. He's telling us what somebody else is going to do with their easement. He doesn't know what the neighbor is going to do. Who knows what that neighbor wants? Maybe he says, I got this guy. I'll charge $1 million if he wants me to move my sewer line. There is nothing my property owner can do to compel the neighbor to move the sewer line. It's speculation. There is nothing that this property owner can do to compel the city to move the water line. He can ask them. This property is assessed 12% less than the property immediately next door. The property next door is fully developed. It's got 27 units on it. How is it that a property that can be fully developed has the same value per square foot, with the exception of 12%, as a property that has sewer and water line running through it? The property cannot be developed. If it could, it would have been done so over the last 20 years. My property owner is a developer. He would have developed it. Thank you.
All right, I am now closing the testimony in this case. I will now open up for deliberations in the case by asking the Board of Review members to state, based on the sworn testimony presented, whether the assessor's valuation is correct or incorrect. After deliberations are complete, call for motion to uphold assessor value and read into the record the land improvements, etc. Thanks you to the objector for coming in, and direct the clerk to provide the objector with the determination form if you're not satisfied. So now it's up to us, if you will.
Sean, I would like to exit the building. Do you
You're
need me
welcome to
here?
hear this testimony. You're welcome to.
I'd like to ask a question when we,
Okay, we're wrapping it up here.
when I was going to wait till deliberations, should I just,
Well, that deliberations is
All right.
amongst us.
that's fine, then
I mean, is there something that's urgent? I can let it happen.
Well, it was
Go ahead, Rich.
very
I'll give you respect.
quick. The CSM from Donatki is from 76, and it clearly states on here that there's limitations on what can be done with this. There's easement, there's limitations. My question was this purchased after this survey? And if it was, then he would have been aware of the limitations of it at that time. So I guess what I'm thinking is, did he do due diligence when he purchased the property? Was it purchased after 76?
He purchased units that were already developed on the adjacent parcel. He bought the 27 units.
Is that, okay.
So my question, Sean, is do you need me here for deliberation?
Well, I mean, if you think it's best in your client's interest for you to leave when the board debates, that's up to you.
I guess what I'm asking is, I can't respond during
No,
deliberation.
you can't, but you, again, I'm not telling you to do your job, but as a representative of somebody who represents clients in my life, I would want to know what the final verdict is, what the board would do, but you're certainly welcome to do whatever you do.
Thank you.
Because I know your client's going to text you afterwards and say, what happened? I don't know, I left, but that's up to you. So, anyway, okay, here we are. Any discussion? Rich, you kind of kicked it off. Any thoughts? This is kind of over your side of town over there.
Yeah, and apparently Craig also. I just am bothered by the fact that this has been historically part of the documents. And I'm wondering if somebody just said, oh, I goofed. I shouldn't have done this, so.
Who was the somebody? Are you
I'm
talking
talking the property owner.
Okay. Andrew, I'm just going to go down the line here, not put you on the spot. You have any thoughts?
It's definitely encumbered. I feel like the cost to actually move the utilities is probably higher than our estimates. Our city, was it the city planner?
Deputy Utilities Director.
Yeah. I mean, if water does have to be shut off to entire residences in order to do this, I feel like it's going to be a pretty costly affair to move those things. I don't know how to necessarily make it right.
Stay tuned. I have an idea.
So.
Stay tuned. Eldon. No comments if you don't need any. Just want to go down the line here.
Well, I mean, I think I agree with Andrew, given to the cost of most construction today having gone up significantly. That 125 seems very low to me. But I have no idea of like what it should actually be, whether his number is
Correct.
is right or not. But that number does seem low. So
Okay.
same issue.
Fair enough. Nicole?
I feel like I will probably abstain from voting just because I was gone out of respect for
Fair
you.
enough.
I will say, I do have a hard time, I've been privy to some conversations being on the school board about potential future purchase of land. And I know that there are all of these things to take into consideration. So I both empathize with the landowner entirely and also don't completely believe that it's fully unusable land in today's market. But I will be abstaining just because I don't think it's fair. I didn't hear your whole testimony.
That's totally fair. Yes, Carol.
I agree with Andrew and
Okay, so I always find this committee fascinating, as I've said, because you learn a lot, and there's a lot involved here. I am just a little taken aback by two things. I'm curious what triggered Amy's interest in this. If somebody tipped her off or what. I'm just not assuming she had any agenda, but all of a sudden, I need to look at this. Two, I don't think the property's worth $100. I guess my motion, I'm going to float this idea, and the people can object to this or not, or hopefully I get a second. I don't think the value is $228,300. That just seems, as someone who does a little work in the private world of working with condo associations and things like that, that's a very difficult task to get a condo association. On a side note, I had a client who had a dog that weighed 53 pounds and the limit was 50, and the condo association wouldn't let him buy a condo. So condos associations can be very tricky. Secondly, I do understand what Rich is saying. What were the easements? What did he know? When did he know it? However, there are no other comps with such restrictions. You can't put a value on how much it would cost to convince a stubborn condo owner to vote to allow 32 units next door. You can't do that. As someone who's lobbied in his life, it costs a lot for a lobbyist to do that. I do think there is some sort of value to this property. Just a number. It's the city's number. I guess I don't know how to quantify this, because back to what our task is, we have to look at the best evidence of a recent arm's length sale. There's not one, correct? The sales of a reasonably comparable property. Then all their approaches to value, including income. I don't know if it makes sense, but I'll make a motion that the property assessed value should be $125,000 based on what the city deputy finance person said the cost is to cure it. Not finance, Public Works.
I'll second.
$125,000 is my number. And okay, there's a second. Any discussion on that before I guess my discussion point would be that as a number that, and as the taxpayer's respondent or representative knows, our city clerk will inform him if he has objections to that, what his next steps are on behalf of his client. Rich, go ahead.
That's a random number. Don't we need to have justification for how that number came up? Why 125? Why not 124, 126? I hear you. I agree with you, but I don't know. I don't see a good solution here. I think we need to have justification for where the number came from.
Yeah, go ahead, Carol.
Well, I was wondering if you would accept a friendly amendment to take the value of $223,800 and reduce it by $125,000, because that's the cost of remedy, and then you'd be able to show a path of how you arrived at the value, because we're taking out.
So that would be 223.
Can you restate, Chris? I thought at one point you said that the total value with 32 units was like 480, and then you added up the 125 and the 140 and subtracted that from the 480 to get to the 2 something?
Yeah, excuse me, yeah, so if it were built out, it would be at 32 units, which is kind of the allowed potential. It would be valued at 480. So our assumption was we'd remove value, both for the cost to cure that, plus the condo association.
So Carol's friendly amendment would assess the property at $103,300. It takes the city's $125,000 that the deputy public works director mentioned. It's so that I accept the friendly amendment, so the discussion is now on a motion seconded by Poole. Friendly amendment discussion, Rich, hold on. Make sure the clerk's got it. The motion would be to assess the property at $103,300.
But didn't Nicole just point out that that has already been reduced by that much? Did I understand that right?
Yeah, I think that seems like a good idea, but it seems like it was already reduced off the top.
Because his number was at 400.
Because it was at 480, and then you took the 125 away, and then you took the 140 for the condo assumptions, and that's how we got to the 2. Now, I don't know, I was not here, but I don't know if there was like a way you could hedge the number that Mr. Kohlenberg provided of the, like if that number was higher for moving the water main, maybe we take that number and subtract, I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to withdraw my motion. Any objection to that? So we're back to square one. Well, Mr. Kohlenberg, what was your number again? I know you're not negotiating with yourself. I just want you to just say what you stated on the condo.
What number are you asking?
What was it?
What number did you say, I heard my colleague say that the number you estimated to move the sewer lines and the water line was more than our number? 300,000.
That's what I testified.
So if you took if you made that whole, let's say, and you took away 175 on top of what the city assessor has provided, then that would be, I don't know, math, 85 or 80 or something.
Okay, so let's do
So
that.
that could be a move.
Chris, help us out with that. If he says 300,000, through your logic of how you got to 228,200, can you help us with a number? Just want to file, Carol's right, we want to have a chain of pattern here. Again, you have every right to object if this is,
I'm not objecting, I just have easy math. He said it would cost 125.
yes,
I'm saying 300.
yes,
The difference is 175.
yes.
So you would take his assessed value, subtract 175.
That would be double counting it, though.
Yes, that's what I'm afraid of. Go ahead, Chris. Walk.
So if you want to split the difference, let me do the math quick.
Remember, this is a very mathematically based panel here. I'm laughing with us, not at us.
So as it stands, let's
Walk us through step A, B, and C, Chris. I know I'm putting a lot on you here, but
No, you're good, you're good.
just reminds me of a 7th grade math problem.
Hang on, I got it. So currently, we're factoring 100, to get to 223.8.
Yep.
We're factoring 125 for the utilities,
Based on Tracy Fawcett.
based on Tracy. The remainder of that for for legal fees, which is $131,200, not 140, sorry. So if I go back to 480, subtract out the new amount of 175, let's see here, bear with me. I get to a value of, it's 173.8, so just 50,000 extra off is what it would be.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
there's an error in the assessor's calculation.
Okay.
The assessor used $125,000 to value the cost of moving the utilities. Is that correct?
Correct.
The only difference is that mine is 300,000. Start with his number of 223.
Yep.
The difference is 175,000. If you take the assessor's value of 223 and subtract 175,000, that is the number, because the number he just calculated did not count
Yep.
the full 300. It counted 175.
What
I see what you're
is,
saying.
what is the 131,000 again? What's
I get you. Sorry, hang on. So
Do
we
you agree, Chris?
Hang on. 480,000. And you're saying if we,
So Chris, here's what I'm thinking. You follow me through. 480,000, start with that. Minus 300,000.
oh, okay, minus the legal fees.
Number.
Yeah.
Which is generous of us to accept that number.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I get to $48,800 if we use his number.
correct. Okay, walk us through how we got to that, and I'm gonna make that motion.
So we take 480,000, which
Yep.
is the buildable value at 32 units, subtract $300,000
Based on his number.
based on Gary's number, subtract our estimate of legal fees, which is $131,200, to get to $48,800.
Okay, you're gonna provide an email if this gets approved to the clerk, if you wouldn't mind, on how we came up with that. You're okay with that?
Sure.
I make a motion based on what was just said, that the assessed value of the subject property be $48,800. Is there a second to that motion? Give you guys time. Is there a second? We want to walk through it again, otherwise my motion fails, lack of a second. Second to discuss, we can always vote it down.
I'll second it.
Second by Mr. Krim. Motion on the table is $48,800. Again, the number is 480,000 based on the units that Chris explained, minus 300,000, Mr. Kohlenberg's professional licensed plumber, gets us 180,000, minus 131,000 of prospective legal fees, gets us to 48,800. Is that the number? 48, that's it, right? 48,000.
See, Sean,
Yes.
my only problem is that we don't have any proof of the 300,000.
Rich, we're not,
So what I'm.
not gonna get that.
I know, what I'm just asking is that before we end up here next year, could we get something in the works so that by the time next year comes around, we have an actual figure that we can use instead of just hearsay say numbers?
I don't really want to come back to this to just wait for an estimate, so if you want.
I mean, we'll continue. We'll
Understand.
continue today, but I'm anticipating.
Well, sure, and that's his right to go forward and do all that. His client will have to determine if that's worth him doing that. Tracy, could you read back the motion?
The motion on the floor is to change the assessor's value to the total property of $48,800, second by Elton Krim Jr.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, I'm asking for a roll call. Just get on the record so we know where we're at on this. Hold on.
Just a question.
Sure, of course.
All right, so are we saying then that the property, like if the client built 32 units on this property, that it would be worth 48,000?
480,000, that's what this.
480,000.
That's what the assessor has said on the record.
Until that happens.
The maximum use, Eldon,
Right.
of the building,
So right now, it's 48,800, but if he built it out, it would be worth 480. Okay.
right, and the reason we're doing that is because of what was been laid out over the last hour of water costs, condo association concerns next door. And we are, with this motion, saying the property isn't worth zero, but it isn't worth what the city has said.
Okay.
I mean, we are doing a little bit of interesting math. I agree to that. But there is a recourse action that parties have.
Okay.
So we're going to ask for a roll call on this. Tracy, if you don't mind. Does everybody know what they're voting on? Okay, all right.
Yep, so the motion is to change the assessor's value to $48,800 total. Elton Krim Jr.
I'll vote yay.
Sean Paff.
Aye.
Carol Poole. Rich Tate.
Yes. Aye.
Andrew Slager.
Aye.
Nicole, I believe you're abstaining.
Abstain, yes.
And Mr. Couillard is not voting. Motion passes. Okay, so now let me read the next piece into the record, because this is an important piece. Okay, now, again, the objector, thank you for coming in. The clerk to provide the objector with the determination form, and if they're not satisfied with the board's decision, there are appeal options available listed at the bottom of the determination form. Madam Clerk, anything else you want to instruct on that piece here?
Yes, I would like to get a signature from Gary Kohlenberg regarding the change in the assessment before he exits.
Thank you for coming in. Okay, I'm going to ask we take a 4-minute break before we turn over to the chair. It's 1 o'clock. At 1:05, we will be back.
Okay, we're back in session. As you can see, the taxpayer has a right, based on his original application of appeal, to keep me off, or keep any one of us off the voting panel if he wants to. I would have shared some of the information I have gained over the years, but I couldn't. So it was sort of frustrating to sit here and listen, but you all did a pretty good job. So thank you for your efforts. And I guess we'll just keep chugging right along to get through this.
I guess, Mr. Chair, to your point, I guess that I totally appreciate you saying that, but it's an interesting form, this question for to council at some point. What if the taxpayer wanted to kick off enough so he didn't have a quorum? Can't do that, okay.
And technically, he wouldn't like it, but the Department of Revenue has determined that you can't kick off the chair in a township where you only have 3 supervisors.
Right.
And their actual legal determination was that if the chair is asked to be removed, like I was, I can still partake in the question and answers in controlling the meeting, but I just can't vote.
Yep.
I didn't want Mr. Kohlenberg to have any ammunition for any additional appeal, so I just decided it's not worth creating any concerns. We'll just follow the guidelines. We had a good group to listen to them. It wasn't just like we're be short on a quorum. So I just decided it's best to let it run through its course, and we'll take it from there, and we'll pick up the pieces, and whatever we have to do later, if we have to do it, we'll do it. But you did a good job in reconciling what you needed to do and thinking through the process, so thank you. We are now on our agenda item all the way to question, or issue number 4. Consideration of a request for subpoena from Reinhardt, Borner, and Van Duren attorneys.
Number 4, sir. Number 4. Foley and Lerner.
Oh, did you change it? I have 2 copies of the,
Here we go.
all right, I brought the one I printed early, and I have the one that was provided today, sorry. So mine, okay, here's the corrected one. It's Foley and Lardner, so it's consideration of subpoena request for Foley and Lardner LLP. In reaching out to the assessor's office earlier this month, we thought we might have these done sooner, and I asked if I needed to come in and sign them. He told me we'd have them today, so I'm assuming we have them today.
I can provide you with an update. I have some today. So I sent information to our attorney, who you're probably all familiar with, Amy Seibel. She and I had a fairly extensive conversation. I think it was last week, someday last week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Prior to that, she had requested a bunch of information from me. I sent it to her, and it was admittedly a lot. So she's been working the last kind of, I don't know, since Wednesday last week when I answered all the questions she has to read through all that and draw them up. So I have some subpoenas ready today. She's still working on them. I got an email from her at 3:38 a.m. this morning, so she is certainly very busy trying to get it done. But I have none for Foley and Lardner yet. Let me double check. She did provide me with some context as well, so.
Just context for the panel and the public, what are we doing here?
Sure. So there's a number of properties who have submitted objection forms, who we feel did not provide us, or we don't have all the information available at our disposal to really come up with, to discredit our assessment, I guess, or to suggest that their assessment's correct. Some of them are rent controlled, others are just general multifamily, and frankly, there's just more than meets the eye on kind of the 1 or 2 page income statement that we were provided with. So they've met the statutory requirement for submitting income and expense information, but there's more than meets the eye to that to determine the value. And they didn't provide that to us. The board has the authority to subpoena for that information, and that's kind of what we're looking to do here.
Got it.
So she has recommended a number of properties be subpoenaed. So I have just, this is broad, and we can focus on the individual agenda items as we go through it here. But broadly, I have none yet for Foley and Lardner LLP.
So do we need any action of this panel to abide by that, or no?
Say that again?
Mr. Chair, since he has no information for item 4, is there any action we need to take as a panel?
Oh, I see what you're saying now. So
Well-
our legal counsel has suggested that we table it. So what she had provided me with was, here's the subpoenas that I have ready that I know we need. She provided me a list of approximately 8 other parcels where we know we will need to, but yet she hasn't done them yet. And then a number of 10 properties where they complied last year and we may not need to yet. But there's 8 out there, aside from the, I think, 7 that I have here that we know we'll need to. So the process would remain kind of the same as we thought last time when we met, where if she gets those done later this week, the board chair would just have to sign those. We don't have to meet for that, assuming they're approved, and I can give you those specific properties. And then the remainder we can figure out as we go. Does that make sense? Okay.
Just for the record, it's exactly the same process we did at our last meeting. When we didn't have the documents to sign, we tabled it till our next meeting so that we could make sure that the assessor was getting the correct information and all the information they need to prepare and make sure their assessment is reflective of the current value of the property.
Sure.
So on agenda item 4, request for subpoena from Foley and Lardner. There's none today,
Correct.
and you're asking us to table that until our next meeting?
Yes, there's one that we know we'll need to subpoena information on. And that would be Novation Senior Housing. We need to subpoena information from them, but we haven't determined exactly what yet.
Okay,
Novation's represented by Foley and Lardner.
Correct, yep.
so item 4, the assessor's asking us to table that today until our next meeting. Do I have a motion as such?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Next group for consideration, or next item, agenda 5 item, is consideration of a request for subpoena from Reinhardt, Borner, and Van Duren, attorneys at law.
So this one I do have, I have a number of them here. Let me count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 total on this one. And I can give you the properties so this is new to me too, I should say. We didn't do any of the subpoena stuff in Janesville. So my assumption is that if I give you the properties, I've got the subpoenas here. Do you each need a copy to look through them, or would it just be?
It would just be me, and I will then read it into the record so
Okay.
we know which parcels we're talking
Sure.
about.
So let's start here. I have some for, let's see here. So as a side note, there's some that'll have, it's 2 subpoenas for each property, one for the property owner and one for the lender as well. So here's one for Valley View, 2921 Fish Hatchery Road, parcel number 0609-031-5718-2. Is that one? I think I printed too many copies of each of these, and that's fine. Let's see here. I've got I think a couple for Valley View. Hang on. Northmark. Can you give, oh, I just need a minute here, sorry. These are, so Valley View, Northmark.
Ecological restoration.
Okay, so she named these just incorrectly. All right. So it would appear as though I have one for Valley View here. If you could pass that along to them. Same parcel number that I read in. You want me to just keep going, or are you peeking through them? Or do you want me to just list them out and then take a look?
Can I make a suggestion? Can you just read into record all the parcel numbers that you're requesting?
Yes.
Request
Yes.
on, and then they can make a motion to either accept or deny the request for subpoena, and then Chair Coulard can sign.
Perfect, okay. So next, I have, I believe, two for Fred Elan Apartments, parcel number 0609-182-2505-2. So I got one here. There we go. It's the same parcel, so I have two for that parcel, one to Fannie Mae, who's the lender, and then one to the property owner. So next I have, let's see here, which one is this? I have two for Hatchery Hill, one to the lender, one to the property owner. It's two parcels. It's 0609-033-42261 and 0609-031-41913. So I've got two for this one. If you can bear with me. I think I have these organized. Yep. Okay. And I think I have one more with 2. Let me just make sure I got both of them here. That's taken out. You know what, let me make this easier. Let me just print this one. Can I go get this, Craig? Yep. I'll print it to the main mailroom printer. Apologies, this is the first go at it. I appreciate you guys being patient. And I didn't know how many copies to print. I printed 5 of each and they got mixed up. So, noted for the next go. So I think you'll have 8 total, about 2 for each, 1 to the lender, 1 to the property owner.
Are these all for topic number 5?
Where did I put
Or
my
are these
agenda?
across the different?
Nope, these are all for 5. They're all represented by Reinhardt. There we go, those 2.
Well, this is all for Reinhardt?
Correct.
Okay,
There-
I have 9.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
1 for Valley View, 2 for Fred Elon,
Oh, yeah.
2 for Hatchery Hill, 2 for Franklin Square.
Yeah, that's right. So there's, as a side note to that, there's a few more that are represented by by Reinhardt that we'll be submitting, or we know we're going to need subpoenas on. I can read those parcel numbers if you like, that way. We don't necessarily have to meet back up to go through this process again, but, okay.
Okay, I have one question.
Sure.
Last ones that were handed to me is a single page, printed back to back.
Yeah. Yeah, some of them are like 2 pages, some are 3, and I think it's just some need to have more information requested than others.
Okay, so there's nothing stapled to it.
Correct, yep.
Yeah, if there's more
Yep.
that are potentially coming, either we do them separately and table them, or we include them in this group.
So, yeah, and then I would maybe make a suggestion that we go back to the Foley and Lardner one, because there's one that they'll represent that we know we're going to request subpoenas be issued on. If you'd like, I can read that one, or I can start with the Reinhardt ones, then we go back, whatever your preference is.
So you know there's one Foley and Lardner,
Correct,
but you don't have the document today.
correct.
Well, we've already tabled it. Let's
That's fine.
let's follow that procedure.
Yep,
We'll do the same thing with Reinhardt. We'll take care of the ones we have in front of us today, and if there's additional, we'll table those as well to make sure that as you discuss this with your attorney and bring them to the board, we can look at them again in the future.
okay.
So I have in front of me the request for subpoena for Hatchery Hill. There's 2 of them, Franklin Square, Valley View, and the last one is, let me read them in the order they were handed to me. Valley View, Freddie Lawn, Hatchery Hill, and Franklin Square. The assessor has determined that they need additional information from the income approach, and they're asking the board to help them in getting that information by approving the subpoenas that they have submitted. The assessor read the parcel numbers into the record. They are all identified by parcel number. So I put it to the board. Do we approve the assessor's request for subpoena of these documents from these taxpayers and their representatives.
Do you need a motion?
So
Yeah.
moved.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second to approve the subpoenas as submitted. Do you want the parcel numbers read again, Madam Clerk, into the record?
Yes, please.
Okay. First one is for Valley View, 2921 Fish Hatchery Road, 0609 031 5718-2. Second one is for Fred Elon. Parcel number, address 6311 Quarry Vista Drive, 0609 182 2505-2. The next one is also for the same parcel, but it's addressed to their finance representative. So for the same apartment group, same parcel number, 0609 182 2505-2. Next owner is Hatchery Hill LLC, address 5550 Cadis Bend, parcel number 0609 033 4191-3. Second parcel, 0609 033 4226-1. And again, to their representative, asking for additional information on the same property, same parcel numbers as the earlier two, representing their financing information. The next one I have is for Franklin Square Condominiums, 2001 Greenway Cross, parcel number 0609 031 2273-0. Second parcel 0609 031 2086-7. Again, correcting it, 0609 031 2086-7 is the second parcel. And as like the others, a secondary request or subpoena for the same two parcels, again, requesting information from the representatives for finance information as registered agent. So we have in front of us 9 requests for subpoena. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving them, please signify by saying aye.
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 Objections? Hearing none, let the record note we voted unanimously to subpoena the records as requested by the assessor for these property owners. Now, before we move on with the agenda item number 5, I understand there's items that need to be tabled.
Yes, for the remaining parcels that are, there's a number of other properties represented by Reinhardt, Borner, Van Duren that will need to subpoena on or may not need to. We just haven't reached that conclusion yet.
Okay. So we'll need a motion to table. Can you give me a number?
Yes, hang on. Do you need the parcel numbers or just the number of parcels?
It'd be best if you could give me parcel numbers.
Okay, hang on.
Or the names of the property.
Yeah, that's fine. So let's see, we did Franklin Square, Valley View, Hatchery Hill, Tahi Apartment Homes, 0609-061-5571-7, Howard and Associates, SC Profit Sharing Plan, Royalty Arms LLC, 5670 King James Court, parcel number 0609-063-064 0961-3. Let's see here. Vista Apartments, parcel number 0609-114-2716-2. Prima Vista LLC, two parcels, 0609-114-3708-2, and 0609-114-3716-2. Raven Apartments LLC, 0609-114-4111-2. Osprey Apartments LLC, 0609-114-4282-2. FTC Retail East LLC, 0609-152-3054-2. 0609-152-3092-2. Sorry, that's FTC Retail West, that last parcel number. Apologies. Turnberry Apartments LLC, 0609-152-4262, or sorry, 4264-2. Trolley, I'm not sure how you say it, Apartments LLC, 0609-152-6830-2. Fred Alon we got. And then all of the Zimbrick Buick, Zimbrick Incorporated, TMJ2 LLP, and Zimbrick Incorporated. Yeah, do you want all those parcels as well? Okay.
If you want them tabled.
Let's table them. All right. 0709-344-9402-0, 0709-362-4105-0, 0709-362-4152-0, 0709-362-4162-8, 0709-362-4283-2, 0709-362-4293-0, 0709-362-4303-7, 0709-362-4313-5, 0709-362-4323-3, 0709-362-4333-1, 0709-363-2123-0, and that's it for the Zimbrick properties. Lastly, we've got Riva West LLC. This is three parcels. 0609-114-2484-2, 0609-114-3532-2, and lastly, 0609-114-3543-2.
So moved.
You got them all? I can read them again.
Second.
Moved in second. We're tabling Tawny Apartments, Howard and Associates, Vista Apartments, Prima Vista Apartments, Raven Apartments, Osprey Apartments, SPC Retail, Turnberry Apartments, Trolley Apartments, Zimbrick Parcels, and Regal West LLC.
You got it.
We have a motion and a second.
And that's under item 6.
Nope, this is going to be 5A.
5A, okay. All right. Vote aye.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Let the record carry, or note the motion carried unanimously. Now we can move on to the next one, which on the corrected agenda should be item number 6. Request for subpoena from Von Briesen and Roper.
So for this one, we do not have any at the moment. Again, we know we're going to issue subpoenas, or we would like to issue subpoenas on these properties, but they're not ready yet to be signed.
So we need to table them.
Table them, yep.
Motion to table item number 6.
Second.
We have a motion. Before we vote on the motion, I'd like you to read the names of those parcels,
Okay,
ownership of those parcels into the record, so we know which ones we're looking at.
sure. So it's Fitchburg Apartments LLC, should be 3 parcels. Fitchburg Apartments LLC is 1 parcel. Fairways Apartments LLC is 3 parcels. And Fitchburg Pines Apartments LLC is 1 parcel.
Okay? We have a motion to table the request for subpoena from Fitchburg Apartments, Fairway Apartments, and the Pines. We've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Let the record note the motion carried unanimously. Agenda item number 7, request for subpoena from Alpin and Ring Smooth LLC, the Hy-Vee appeal.
Same story for this one. We know we'll need to subpoena them, but we don't have that ready yet. That parcel is for, owner is Fitchburg ZC Essential DST, currently occupied by Hy-Vee at 2920 Fitch-Rona Road.
And that's just the one parcel under that
Just
ownership?
the one, yep.
Okay, can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to table a request for subpoena to Alpine, or however it's pronounced, and Ringsmooth LLC. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, let the record again note, motion carried unanimously. Agenda item number 8, consideration of request for subpoena for Property Tax Services, AMC.
Same deal with this one. Let me double check what Amy said, actually. I think we need to table this one. I think we need to get some more information from them, but again, it's not ready, so that's for the AMC property. There's 5 parcels. Current owner is Realty Income Corporation, occupied by AMC Theaters.
Okay, so need a motion to table the request for subpoena.
So moved.
Second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Consideration of new business, consider act on scheduling additional board of review dates if needed. Madam Clerk, I'm going to defer to you. I know you've put together a nice calendar to help us in this process.
Can I,
Certainly, yeah, but we'll have the assessor go over the timeline
Oh, for the,
to kind of give us
For
a
the
better
subpoenas?
idea of what we're.
Sure. So the subpoenas that just got approved and signed, those are due back to our office on the 15th. I can try and give Amy a call quick to see when she would have the other ones ready to go. My guess is it would be later this week, possibly early next week, at which point it seems like we would need to meet again just to do the same process for those. So it would be fairly quick. So it's up to you guys. If we want to break for 5 minutes, I can try and give her a call quick, but
How many meetings do you anticipate us having before Labor Day?
with any luck, 1, possibly 2.
Besides, you could find out if there's a second meeting.
So the way Amy explained it to me is that most of these we're going to need subpoenas on, and we then would either agree to a stipulated value with that new information or entertain their waiver request. So I don't think there's going to be much more in the way of actual hearings. I guess that's kind of your guys' decision, but ultimately, so here's kind of what she laid out to me. If we get these subpoenas out, we give them until the 15th, her and I would need to review that information over the course of a week or so, determine what we need to do, and then hopefully meet again to close this stuff out. Again, this is all fairly new to me as well. I've not gone through the process this fashion.
So, before you may have to call Amy, but let me ask you this question.
Mm-hmm.
So, what if this panel were to meet in late August? Would that take care of your subpoena stuff for next week, or no?
Well, we would, So in this scenario, if we go forth and if Amy gets those done this week, we meet, say, next week, I don't know, whatever day is available, to just approve the subpoenas, then presumably we could hopefully have one more meeting. That's my hope. I don't know. She might know more than I would, but one more meeting to go through subpoena compliance, either grant them the waiver request if they comply, and if it's warranted, dismiss them if they don't comply, or C would be to agree to some sort of stipulated value. So I don't think it would be, I would hope one more meeting, possibly two. That's my, after we get the subpoenas issued, if that makes sense.
Did we not, I thought at one point we said the chair could sign the subpoenas without an entire board meeting.
Right, so that was my thought, was I know a number of parcels where we need them for certain, so we could expedite the process and get those, if you wanted to approve those preemptively, we could get those signed, and go from there. There's some that we may need some on yet, so my kind of, in the interest of time, of everybody's time, my suggestion would be to approve the remainder that we tabled, like the Zimbrick ones and so on and so forth, approve those preemptively, and then we can just get them signed. But that's your all decision.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, would you Nicole, explain what you're thinking here? 'Cause
The same thing you are, Sean, so go ahead.
I just think that we should proactively give the chair the authorization to sign as subpoenas come in.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, are you comfortable with that direction?
I normally would not hesitate, but when I look at the number, it would be, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Motion to give authorization to Chair Couillard to sign subpoena request as directed by City Assessor.
Seconded.
Motion and a second.
Can I have you go a little bit farther and make a motion for the ones that were tabled,
Okay.
so that it's
Pull that back.
specifically saying you're going back and
So,
preemptively
Tracy,
approving the table?
I'm going to, help me out here. Motion to allow Board of Review Chair Couillard to sign subpoena requests for those motions that were tabled at the July 25th meeting and those that are moving forward as recommended by Assessor Sites.
We have a new motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I'm so used to it.
Leets, not, sorry.
It's all right.
Sorry.
It's
You know what I meant. I know.
No, I know what you mean. I've had a lifetime of that, no worries.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by passing the buck to me. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Probably yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Chair,
I will gladly take care of this responsibility.
can I make a suggestion that this panel potentially look at Tuesday, August 29th,
Should I say no?
to potentially meet again?
Should I say no?
Please don't.
No, why not?
You have the authority.
Tuesday, August 29th, to work on people's, Tracy, you're out, oops.
I just have a YouTube training for election inspectors here in this room, but that is something that can easily be rescheduled to another date. So let me just make sure that the room is available for something other than what
I just found out, teachers' convocation is that day and the school board attends, so I will not be in attendance.
Mike, you're out on the Monday, the 28th?
So yeah, the 29th, this room will be available if I just reschedule the YouTube election training. And then we would not have Nicole as a voting member that day.
As long as we have everyone
We need,
else.
yeah, we just need the 5 for quorum.
I say,
That's what the
I'm not
calendar
sure,
says. I don't remember why, but
Rich?
I'm not sure with Maya going back to school and family and all that.
We want to get it before Eldon starts school. When do you start, Eldon?
I actually don't know.
Okay.
After Labor Day, I believe.
How about,
I'd like to have Nicole here. I think she contributes quite a bit. So,
I can't do the 30th, 31st. That's tough for me. And Friday the 1st is Labor Day Friday, and I prefer to stay away from that.
Yes.
What about the 22nd?
Then we're looking into, I am out the week of the 22nd at a conference. So that would push us into September.
I think you all should go,
What time is your convocation?
let me look. 7:30 to 10:30, potentially 11 in the morning.
So we could do a
We
noon.
can do it 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
If everyone's okay with an afternoon, I'd be more than happy to swing that. Thank you for asking, Sean.
Of course.
What day are you talking about?
29th.
29th at 1 o'clock.
Motion for this panel to meet again on Tuesday, August 29th at 1 PM in the Francis Huntley Cooper City Council chambers.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Has everybody had a chance to check their calendar?
Yes, sir.
And Madam Clerk, you can make the necessary arrangements.
One o'clock, we said, right, Nicole?
Yes.
I can because I have this room booked for something else, which I can certainly change.
Okay?
Master of the keys.
And you can be here as well then.
Yes, I can be here. Yep.
So we're looking at the room being available and the clerk being available. We just won't have our city attorney
Hold on
available.
1 second, let me just double check one thing here. I might have screwed up. I think I'm okay.
Uh-oh,
Did somebody second
Oh,
Sean's
yes.
motion?
Carol.
Carol, thank you, Carol.
Hold on 1 second. What did we say here?
1 o'clock.
29th at 1.
Oh, shit. I just gotta check the thing. I think I can
Thanks for thinking you want me here.
email.
That was nice.
I'm just looking one thing here, Tracy. Give me 1 second. I'll have to try it here tonight.
Come on, you're the one who proposed it.
I know. I had something that came in, and I hope I didn't screw up. Hold on 1 second. What is that? Stuff's not popping up for me. My calendar's fucked up.
Do you not have Wi-Fi turned on your phone?
Yeah, my Wi-Fi may be on, so.
But I have, just doing inventory, I have like 60 folding chairs, I've got pop-ups.
And I can reach out to Sharif as well.
Borrowing stuff and then that's returning it, so I don't know what I have.
Doesn't work.
Yeah, correct that.
We'll just have to struggle without you.
Yeah, you guys can do it without me. 29th works.
29th, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
I,
Aye.
Aye. Motion's carried.
Oh, perfect. I'm good.
Any other announcements that we need to make?
I want to say 2 announcements. 1, I want to thank the assessing staff. Thank you, Chris and others. Great work. And 2, I want to thank Tracy for the awesome muffins and snack game over there. That was great. Thank you.
I got just one minor thing to deal with. It's just a correction that we were notified of earlier this month. There's a personal property account on the roll that was brought to our attention as apparently double assessed, so we just need to remove it from the roll. I believe you all have to be the ones to change the roll at this point.
You are
But I
correct.
have an email chain from myself and the preparer of the personal property statement. She brought it to our attention. I'm not explicitly sure what that process looks like. I believe if I reference the parcel number and say, hey, this parcel needs to be removed, it's an error. I assume that you all have the authority to enact that.
We do. Get it to the clerk. We'll put it on our next agenda.
Okay, sure.
We'll take care of it.
Okay, perfect.
Makes it simple that way. We have a public record of it, so there's no question.
For sure. Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay? Well, I'd truly like to adjourn this board of review, but I can't.
Motion to
Even though it's on the agenda, it says adjourn, we're going to
Motion to suspend, right?
suspend the board of review until the 29th of this month.
August,
So with that, I say thank you.
August.
the 29th of August.
August, excuse me. Today's the 26th of
So
July.
fast, so fast.
We already missed that month. Month's going by quickly. Thank you.
Thank you.
We need to vote.
Yeah.
Aye.
He needs to
Aye.
go.
Hey.
Aye.
Good luck with your surgery, Mike.